Good afternoon, and thank you for attending the Murrow Minds Creative and Scholarly Showcase. I so appreciate you taking the time to join us this afternoon. It's been a terrific symposium so far, and we've got a great showcase for you planned this afternoon. These sessions that are running from 1 p.m. till 5 p.m. are highlighting the terrific research and teaching we have going on in the Murrow College. And I'll tell you, as Associate Dean of Research and Graduate Programs, here in the Murrow College, I'm Paul Bowles, and I'm just so inspired by all my colleagues. And, it's been a tough year for everybody, but the Murrow College has pressed on, producing some great teaching moments and adapting our teaching, as well as producing, or I should say, continuing to produce cutting edge research that really leads our discipline and moves knowledge forward for us. And so I'm going to get out of the way here because we've got a terrific research session planned for you right now. And I'm joined by just my great Murrow Minds faculty colleagues. We have this session right now is on presenting our terrific health communication research. Health communication is one of the premier leading areas of Murrow College research. We have the Center for Media and Health Promotion Research in the college, and a lot of our faculty are dedicated to producing the knowledge that really advances both insight and practice of media and communication in ways that can advance public health. And you're going to hear about our programs of research in this area right now. And to get us started, actually, before I jump in, I do want to mention and remind you that at any time, please feel free to type a question in the chat. Corey Wilder is going to be monitoring the chat, and we will have time for brief interactions and questions after each faculty presentation, and then we'll have questions at the end as well. So I hope you'll engage. Join us. So we'll roll up our sleeves, get our brains dirty right now, and kicking it off for us is Dr. Amanda Boyd, and she's going to be presenting on her research program that centers around communicating health risks to rural and indigenous populations. Dr. Boyd, please take the floor.
Thank you, and hello everyone. I hope you all are enjoying the symposium as much as I am. I am just going to take a second to share my screen. I hope that's showing up for you all. Great. Okay, so my name is Amanda Boyd, and I'm an associate professor in the college. My work focuses on risk and science communication. So how do we best communicate in an effective way the information about hazards? So how do we make sure people have the information that they need to make an informed decision about a risk? So in this research, I often work with rural and indigenous populations. And it's often said that someone's background and experience shape their interests and knowledge about a subject. And so this has definitely been the case for myself. I'm from a farm in northern Peace Country of Alberta, and I'm Métis Daneza, so an indigenous person of Canada. And my background has inspired my work to explore the most effective ways to communicate about environmental and health risks and better the health and well-being of the populations I work with. So some examples of the work I've done with rural populations is to explore how mad cow disease affected perceptions of the beef industry and of ranching, or perceptions of and communication about energy developments that normally are cited in rural and remote areas, such as hydroelectric dams, carbon capture and storage, nuclear energy, and natural gas extraction. So I often work also with Indigenous populations throughout Canada and the United States. I work with communities to define and understand the research questions of interest to them. So my work takes a strength-based approach, meaning that I fully recognize the Indigenous populations are strong and resilient. This perspective forms the foundation of my research with communities to determine how we can harness these strengths to better the well-being through communication studies. So my research with Indigenous populations has included, for example, in every Canadian Inuit territory, research to understand how to best communicate about contaminants, communication about chronic diseases such as cardiovascular disease or Alzheimer's disease, dissemination about alcohol use disorders, or one of my favorite studies right now where we are working with Indigenous youth throughout Canada to understand their health priorities, develop health communication skills during on-the-land cultural camps, and then having youth work with respected Native elders to develop the health messages for their own communities. So I'm going to end with this image. The picture is from a time when we administered surveys on health information seeking at a Native focused event. At this case, it was a powwow. And these are some of my colleagues as well as the Murrow graduate students. And I'm going to leave you with these words that comes with me with my work on research and communication. So we must be inclusive of the knowledges, local values, culture, and community when researching and communicating about environmental and health risks. So thank you. Paul, I will send it back to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Boyd. Fascinating research. Don't see Corey unmuted, so I'm going to assume that we don't have any questions in the chat at this time. Just a reminder, please do type your questions in the chat. And we'll move on to our next speaker. It's Dr. Yinnie Lee. Dr. Lee, her research program focuses on emotion and health communication using media psychophysiology, which is an approach to study the brain on media. She's recently been focused on messaging around the COVID-19 vaccination, so a very hot topic. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's very nice to see everyone. And just give me a few seconds. Let me share my screen. Should be here. Can you guys see that? No. Okay. Just give me a few more seconds. Let me see whether I can open it or not. Okay, it's fine. I don't know what happened. I can share the PowerPoint slide from my screen, but it's okay. Let me talk about my research. Okay, so I'm Yinnie Lee and assistant professor in Murrow College of Communication. So my research has been focused on looking at how message content design and the technology use can persuade the people and to have the better healthy life. And the topic has been include the vaccine issue and also the mental health and the health crisis disease. But so one of my topics has been focused on this vaccination communication. And my research method I have been used the survey, my experiment, and also eye tracking and psychophysiology to identify how people respond to the message content. Because one key part is very important for any health organization and practitioner. We need to know how people pay attention to the content. Then we can know how to persuade them further to take the action. So this is kind of one of my research questions across all my research. And so now let me focus on more about the vaccination communication, this area. So my first publication about the vaccination, actually I'm looking at how friendly message with the image and the text approach, which way combination can persuade the college student more to take the flu vaccine. So in that study, actually my co-author and I, we use the Gandalf's framing to tell people if you don't take a flu vaccine, what the negative consequences related to your school life you will have. And then if you get a flu vaccine, and then what kind of benefits or the positive outcome you will have. Then also including the compare the message include or not. So the finding is based on that research, actually is kind of help me to also increase my interest in want to dig further how this framing message and also image, different types of image contents can apply in the vaccination communication area. So this is why I also extend this approach into my two ongoing current COVID-19 vaccine related project. So for these two projects, one I have been looking at to see how types of celebrity and also the hope strategy, and then can work better, and also the Facebook emoticon use, which way can work better to persuade the target the general population to get the COVID vaccine when it's become available. So for this study now, it's still ongoing. We finished the pre-test to identify the celebrity types. Then now we are going to move to collect the data for our main study. So we hope we definitely will have the results in the couple next months. And then hopefully during that time, we can share more insights with anyone, whoever interested in the COVID-19 communication. And the other research also related to COVID-19 vaccination is I still focus on the message content, but I looking at how personalization strategy and also Gandalf's framing, and which way can increase people this emotional response, then can further to persuade them to take a COVID vaccine. For that project, we focus on a college student, and also in that study, we were also going to use the psychophysiology, this approach to identify how people really their brain and their body emotional and cognition response to this message content, and how this emotional and cognition response and then can further motivate and persuade people, younger college students, to take the COVID vaccine. So this is what I have about the vaccination study I would like to share with everyone, and I'm open to any question whenever you have. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. Deeply appreciate your time and dedication to advancing important health communication research, particularly as it relates to messaging in the pandemic. So we're going to move on to our next speaker and researcher. It's Dr. Jessica Willoughby. Dr. Willoughby has become truly a leading expert in looking into the sexual health of young adults, messaging around cannabis, and other health issues. We're so privileged to have her on the faculty. She uses some cutting edge methodologies, experience sampling methodology, and some others. Just very excited to hear about her research program now. She's going to be talking about improving the sexual health of young adults through texting. Dr. Willoughby.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bowles. I'm excited to be here with you all today, and I'm hoping you're having a nice afternoon with Symposium 45. I know that when we think about Symposium in the past, you probably would have gotten ready for the day. You would have grabbed your notebook, your keys, your cell phone, and your wallet and headed out that door. And that cell phone would have been a really important piece for you to take with you. We often carry our cell phones with us. We use it for notes, our scheduling, our contact with others. We keep in contact throughout the day, often using it multiple times a day to message people and stay in touch with them. And one of my lines of health communication research really focuses on that device, that area in which we know this cell phone is so important and to our lives can also be used to promote health, positive attitudes, and well-being, especially among adolescents and young adults. We know that with adolescents and young adults, they are on their phones very often. They use them for entertainment as well as connection with others. And it makes it really a prime area to reach them when we're trying to get them certain types of messaging and information. We also know that phones are seen as very private to people. People feel that it's their phone, it's their device, it has that personal connection for them. And that actually makes it a prime area for us to reach out when we have sensitive information we might want to discuss. So some of my work related to using mobile technology really started out with an interest in adolescence and sexual health. And it wasn't so much that I thought, oh, I'm really interested in cell phones, but that I realized that's where the future of some of this communication was happening. Adolescents were using their phones to look things up on the internet. And then there was also a way that through public health efforts, we could use cell phones to reach out to young people. Individuals in particular have a lot of questions often about sexual health, especially in those adolescent years. And they don't always feel comfortable talking to providers or parents or other trusted adults in their lives. And sometimes they want to go and look for that information either online or from another trusted source. What we found in some of my research was really that these young people had questions that they didn't feel they could get answered from some of the more traditional outlets. Didn't feel comfortable broaching that subject in person with a trusted adult. They also really weren't trusting what they saw on Google, because they would Google something and they would get information back and they wouldn't really know how to sift through that information. There was so much information. Which information do you trust? So what ended up happening was I was working with a nonprofit organization in North Carolina that worked to promote sexual health education to youth. And they had started a text message service that allowed adolescents to text any sexual health question they had to a trained health educator who would reply with very specific information, answering their questions and providing additional resources. They did also provide prompts to talk to a trusted adult in the adolescent's life and other beneficial areas too. But it was really a way for adolescents to get answers to the questions that they had at a time that they had those questions. And I just wanted to take a minute and share a story with you. And some of the research that I did both quantitative and qualitative work, meaning that I conducted surveys, and then I also did interviews with these youth, and I asked them about their experiences. I really wanted to know, why do you turn to a text message service, and what does that look like for you? Why might you want to go on your phone as opposed to asking someone in your life or just doing a quick Google search on the internet? And this 13-year-old girl that I talked to shared a really interesting story where she explained that at home, she trusted her parents, she had good communication with them, but this really wasn't the topic she felt was right for the dinner table or the after-school discussion. She couldn't bring it up there. She thought about using her computer, but she knew that others in her family had access to that computer, and she was concerned about her search history and having that be present there. She talked about how she talked to friends, but she felt like that information wasn't trustworthy. She felt like her friends' information wasn't actually accurate. The friends didn't know. They were going off of what they heard from other friends. They weren't actually answering the questions that she had. And so she ended up turning to the text message service, because for her, that was a place that she had heard had a trained health educator who would just provide facts, which is really what she was looking for in this case. She wanted knowledge and she wanted information to help her make an informed decision about her own life. The interesting part about this as well was that that health educator provided her with information directly on her phone. But not only did she take that information and have that knowledge, but she shared it with others. She went and disseminated that knowledge to the friends who had shared information before that was not quite accurate. And she actually talked to a partner about it and made decisions for her own life based on that information that she gathered. And I use this example because it was one of the more powerful ones where someone said, this information that I got over my cell phone from a trained person in this topic area really made a difference in my life. And it actually helped her talk later on to others about the topic because she now felt more confident with the information that she had out there. And so I think we can also see this as a way that we can use these devices to not only reach individuals one-on-one, but potentially have a larger effect as well throughout health communication. So that's a little bit of information about that research program. I'm happy to share more if you have questions or other things you'd like to know, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Willoughby. Terrific, interesting research. I look forward to hearing more about that. Moving on to our next speaker, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce one of our new faculty members to the Murrow College, Dr. Wei Ping, who joined us just this last fall. He brings an intriguing research expertise, particularly in the role of human emotion in health communication. He's done some very interesting cutting edge work on the use of humor as an emotion, and you don't often see that in health communication research. Just excited to have you here, Dr. Ping. He's going to present on insights into the role of emotion in health communication. Dr. Ping, please take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Ball. It's a great pleasure to join this panel and discuss my research. Let me share my screen. So my presentation focuses on the role of emotions in health communications. I started this line of research by asking myself why emotion matters in health communication. I recall the experience that I used to have as a patient myself, and I believe that kind of experience is shared among all of us, that emotion is really a very important part of life, and especially when our health is at stake. So if we feel sick, probably we feel a lot of bad feelings about ourselves. We feel fearful, we feel angry, sad. In the meantime, we try to stay positive, stay hopeful. If someone close to our family feel not very comfortable, probably we also feel guilty and sympathetic in addition to all the emotions we would feel about ourselves. So emotions really exist in every moment of our lives. So the first thing I look at is that emotions is a fundamental needs in healthcare. So the first thing I look at is cancer patients' experiences. Cancer, we all know that it's a leading cause of death, and lots of people are struggling with cancer. So dealing with cancer involves not only physical, but also mental support. I examined a cancer patient support forum, and I found that surprisingly, not lots of people are talking about lots of bad things that we would expect them to do. For example, they don't talk about lots of fear or sadness. Instead, they share lots of hope, sympathy. When setbacks become inevitable, they also talk about lots of disappointing experiences and also some worry they may have. So really rich database, really about different kinds of emotion people may have when they try to deal with chronic diseases, including cancer and many other illness people may have. And also that, as Dr. Bo introduced, that when we look at other stages of the continuum of cancer care, including screening, we see that people also have some of the unique and very interesting emotional experiences in this process. And I look at the colonoscopy screening because I think this is a very important topic, of course, but also there's some very interesting emotional phenomenon happening in this process. What I found is that people joke about two types of things, and these two things are tied to two different groups of emotional experiences. One is that they joke about clinical processes and also the potential cancer diagnosis. And these kind of jokes are related to their fear. And also people joke about homosexual connotations related to colonoscopy screening. And these kind of jokes are about shame and embarrassment. So as a communication researcher, I also want to understand what kind of emotions are related to certain kinds of communication behaviors. One thing is look at uncertainty. We all know that uncertainty is very ambivalent, very difficult to, it's a kind of affective experience that's very difficult to describe sometimes. So what I found that people do not always want to avoid uncertainty. If a healthy people want to talk about cancer-related risk, probably they want to reduce that kind of uncertainty. But if people are at terminal stage of cancer, they are losing hope, then uncertainty should be maintained. And that different kinds of direction are related to different kinds of information seeking or avoidance behaviors. There's also lots of discussion about misinformation and also people's search for some kind of disinformation, misinformation. And these kind of communication behaviors sometimes are very difficult to understand, but if we put emotions into this balance, that will give us the aha moment that help us understand why people doing certain things. So in this particular study, I look at why people search for like low probability, like novel information. And I found that surprise is very important emotional experiences that come into play, explain that. In other words, people feel surprised by some novel information and want to try to seek out more of such information to explain these unlikely consequences. The last part I want to talk about is that if we say emotions are really important in people's patients' illness experiences and also healthcare, the entire healthcare experiences, especially in our regular, in outside traditional healthcare settings. So how can we address emotional factor to achieve better health outcomes? So I've done two things. One is that we can directly come up with some new communication intervention that can address the factor that causes negative emotions. So what I did in this project is that we can improve the communication and also the information, health information to improve the decision making, so people feel less scared, feel less uncertain about the entire decision making process related to cancer treatments. Another line of research is to leverage key emotions as a persuasion approach, so we can like persuade people to adopt certain behavior changes if these kind of behaviors are related to certain emotional experiences. So these are about my research project I've done and some direction I'd like to head it to in the future. I'd like to take more questions if you have, and also please feel free to email me in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peng. Fascinating work on emotion. And as we all know, emotion is so critical to effective health persuasion. Appreciate your time here today. Moving on to our last speaker for this session, and then hopefully we'll be able to have some questions and really get into some interesting discussion about Murrow College research. Our last speaker today in this session is Dr. Tracy Gillig. Dr. Gillig does fascinating work on factors influencing the well-being of youth. She has had some interesting collaborations with nonprofit organizations in advancing her research agenda. And this semester, as Associate Dean of Grad Studies, I'm particularly pleased that she's offering a special Gender and Media seminar in our graduate program. Dr. Gillig, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bowles, and hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me today. So as Dr. Bowles mentioned, I study gender, health, and media broadly. Specifically, my work looks a lot at factors influencing health and well-being among youth from marginalized groups. And a lot of times my work focuses specifically on LGBTQ adolescents and their experiences. The work that I've done in that area has taken a lot of different forms, but as Dr. Bowles mentioned, I collaborate quite often with nonprofit organizations. And one of those organizations I want to talk a little bit about my work with today. That organization is Brave Trails. They're a nonprofit organization based in Los Angeles, California, and they offer a summer camp program, a leadership program for LGBTQ youth ages 12 to 18. And Brave Trails I've been working with for close to 6 or 7 years now. So we've had a long collaborative relationship, and every summer I am at their campsite in LA working with youth, conducting research with them. And so that work has helped us really understand the experiences of LGBTQ adolescents today. And you may be aware there are a lot of health disparities facing this population. There are elevated rates of substance use. There are challenges that these youth experience at home. A lot, are brought up in environments where they may not be understood, they may not be supported. Challenges at school as well, and in other public spaces. So one thing that is often a challenge for youth who are gender nonconforming or are transgender, non-binary, or other identities is experiencing bathroom spaces that are divided by binary gender, locker room spaces. A lot of times these are specific sites of bullying and of vulnerability for them. So some of my work recently has looked at the effects of those spaces. This is sort of separate from my work with Brave Trails, but I recently ran an experiment looking at how youth navigating a virtual school space were influenced by encountering either binary gender segregated or all gender facilities, and found that those were influencing adolescents' attitudes towards gender, their conceptualization of gender, and their attitudes towards trans and non-binary people. Other things that I've looked at in my work have been more mental health focused. So we've looked at how LGBTQ youth who have gone to camp and experienced affirming programming, how their mental health has been positively impacted by being in that sort of affirming space where LGBTQ role models are present, where all gender spaces are the norm rather than sort of the one-off sort of facility that you might find in many areas. And I've been very happy for that productive collaboration. As I mentioned, not all of my work is focused on LGBTQ youth specifically. I also recently have started working with Camp Firework, which is a camp program also in LA that provides arts-based camp programming for youth from low SES communities around Los Angeles. That program was founded by Katy Perry a couple of years ago. And hopefully, if COVID allows, we're looking forward to collecting some data this summer if they're able to hold camp again. So my work also, as some other scholars here have mentioned, is mixed methods. I've used quantitative methods, surveys, experiments. I collaborate with a peer who is an expert in social network analysis. So we've looked at youth networks. And then also I do qualitative work, interviews, occasionally focus groups, and conduct thematic analysis to get a rich look at the experiences of youth and of other populations. So I think that might be my 3 minutes. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Willoughby. Here's hoping the pandemic settles down and we can get back to in-person research so you can continue this fascinating work that you're partnering with on these with these nonprofit organizations. So we have time for questions. I appreciate all of our panelists, all of our researchers taking the time to describe their programs of research in health communication. And now we're going to open it up to questions and conversation and discussion. We've had a couple of specific questions come in, and then we may get to some bigger picture, more general questions. But let's kick off the question session. We actually have a question for Dr. Willoughby. Dr. Willoughby, we've got a question about how, see if I can do the justice to the question, kind of summarizing it for you. The question really deals with how do you navigate the issue of privacy? I think this is a very interesting question in light of the particular health issue you're investigating, but also with the technology and texting. How do you tackle that issue in your research program?
That is a great question. And I think there are many different levels that we can think about privacy and how that has implications, especially when working with adolescents and sensitive topics, as well as technology and devices. Overall, what people perceive as being private information tends to change over time as well. So their understanding of confidentiality and what they feel is more restricted can sometimes change. So for example, with COVID-19, we've seen an increase in this idea that these contact tracing apps are okay, right? And in the past, people might not have been very interested in that or thought that having something that could log their GPS and tell them when they're close to someone else who might have an illness would be problematic. And we're seeing that this shift has sort of happened there. Now, in terms of technology and privacy with specific health information, there's a lot to kind of navigate in terms of how you can respond to those questions. The organization that runs the text message service always sends out privacy and terms and conditions to any participants who use the service prior to using it. They do guarantee privacy in terms of the information that's provided to them and then back. The actual information is anonymized, meaning that the person who responds doesn't even get the cell phone numbers. It's done through a program on the back end, and that way they don't see the numbers and they can't trace the people or something like that. Now, there is a policy in place that if somebody indicated harm to themselves or someone else through one of those messages, through their terms and privacy practices, they could then figure out who that was and seek additional resources or something to that effect. But that is conveyed to the adolescent as well. In terms of research, it's often very tricky because adolescents actually can't consent to do research on their own. Typically, you need to be above 18 to consent to be a part of research or have a parent consent for you, and then the adolescent gives assent, meaning that they also agree to participate once they understand that research process and what's being asked of them. So with young people in particular, you need to be cautious also of how you plan to do your research, because sometimes information you might have could disclose something to a parent that they wouldn't want to disclose when you're seeking consent, right? If I was only reaching out because I wanted to survey people who had used the service, just by me asking a parent to consent to their child to be in the research, it would disclose to that parent that their child had used the service, for example. And so often you have to navigate this carefully with your institution review board or a human subjects protection group who can help you kind of navigate that area. There are some exceptions. In some of the work that we did it anonymously. The adolescents assented, but because it would have been riskier to get parental consent, as long as we were above a certain age, the approach that we took was reaching out to the adolescent directly and then minimizing their risks in that situation. So it's really, I think, very all-encompassing, and privacy has a lot of different areas that we can consider, especially when working with youth and these types of issues.
I actually have just a quick follow-up that I'm very curious about myself in regards to privacy, Dr. Willoughby. So in terms of, from a psychological perspective, how do you think your research participants that you focus on, youth, are psychologically navigating this issue of privacy with the developmental phase that they're in and the kinds of content that you're working with from a health communication perspective? I mean, how do you think the youth brain thinks about this issue?
I think that's a great question. I think that the youth brain is still developing a lot of the time, and they're processing things somewhat differently than adults might be. I think they have differing ideas of what information is private for them. Some things have always been available to others to see and understand and know. And so some of the things about technology, they might actually be more in tune to than some people who are in older age groups about what information is private or what is already known, right? Your cell phone already knows where you go most times throughout the day, those sorts of pieces of information. And I think some of that they've grown up with. I think they also have different perspectives on privacy from some of the things we've seen with what they choose to share on social media. They feel that a lot of things are somewhat public in their lives. And so I think that that space is somewhat different for adolescents than it is for past generations as well.
Wow, just fascinating topic. We also actually have a specific research question for one of our researchers dealing with research participation. This question is to Dr. Boyd, and I think is a great question to tackle in this session, given a real emphasis in the research mission of the college is on engaging in research with Indigenous populations, and that's Dr. Boyd's expertise. Dr. Boyd, the question is, what do you think would be a good way to invite Indigenous people to join the research process? How can we balance what we ask with local culture and values when we're engaging in research with these particular communities?
That's a really good question. And I think it's key really when we work with Indigenous populations when doing research. And you may notice I say work with communities. We're not working on communities. We're not researching on communities. We work with them. And I think it's really important to make sure that we are including the community throughout the whole process of our research. So that means at the very start, when even defining the research questions that are of interest. So we can't go into a community thinking, okay, well, we're going to study X, when really that's not of interest to them. That's not what's important to them. So first of all, understanding what's important and working with them to define those questions. Working with communities to have research assistants within the communities is also a really important thing. So when I go into communities, I have, say for example, Inuit research assistants who are working with me to even better the research, make sure everything is translatable. And that's really has been key to the research. And then all the way through, when I say the whole research development, to understand how do we disseminate results, working with communities do that, never ever providing research findings outside of those communities until they have seen those themselves. And then even if we want to evaluate our communication strategies, making sure that people have those who are interested in to do the work with us. So I think that is really the important thing, is to really empower communities to do the research themselves as well.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Just as a quick follow-up, given your experience in this area, I'm wondering, how have you specifically seen your investment in working with these communities pay off in terms of your research program?
Oh, I would say it's pretty much everything. I find that when you're working with communities, and they are actually defining the questions that are of importance, they will continue to work with you. If they come up, if they find something else that's of interest, they will work with you. If you are trusted in the community, if you make sure that you have engaged with them. And I also think that by doing so, and by actually working with and engaging with the community, we develop better communication strategies. We know what is important to the community. We know what kinds of even actions or risk mitigation strategies are even possible. So making sure that we involve the community is key to the research as well as the actual communication strategy development.
I'm so glad you brought up trust in the context of research and credibility. If you allow me to substitute that word in as well. Yeah. Because trust and credibility is obviously so important to every aspect of communication. And I think it's easy not to think explicitly about that in the research process. So thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to move on to another question. This question is going to Dr. Ping. I think we had someone particularly interested in research on humor in health communication, because as we mentioned before, it is kind of rare. Can you talk a little more in detail about your work with humor and how you see maybe some unique opportunities for research on humor to improve the effectiveness of health communication?
I think this is a great question. Thanks for bringing up this question. So there, in that particular study, I look at the colonoscopy screening because unlike many other health behavior, humor plays a big role here. So when we look at colonoscopy screening, we see that people choose not to undergo this necessary screening process because there's some barrier underlying this screening process, and humor is a big expression you may observe on these people choose not to have colonoscopy screening. And I dig deeper into this study and deeper into these people, and I found that people joke about two things. One is they may be scared of the medical process and also the consequence of the results. Lots of implication directly to cancer screening. So this kind of joke is very common. And the other one is people may joke about the homosexual connotation associated with colonoscopy screening. So going back to the bigger question here is that how can we understand the emotions here? And of course, humor is a big thing in colonoscopy screening. If we look at the opportunity for humor in particular, I think humor is very commonly used in some other sexual-related health behaviors. So for example, HPV vaccine, humor is a big important emotional factor or experiences in this process, and also sexual health. So I think these two areas have lots of things to do to work on in terms of research. But the big difficulty here about humor research is that if I think this is humor, probably other people would not think this is humor. So humor is very individualized, personal experiences. So for example, my friend may really laugh at something that he thinks is really funny, but I really don't agree with that kind of jokes he laughs about. So I think everyone has these kind of experiences, and this is also true for research. I think I haven't have a perfect answer to that one, but of course we have different ways to test whether something is really humorous by the majority of people, but that of course have some issues if we want to apply the result to everyone, if no one really think that's humorous or only a minority of people will think that's humorous. So anyway, so I think this is a very potential research topic, and there are lots of issues that can be tied to humor, and we can do a lot of things in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ping. Our next question is actually for Dr. Lee. I think this is very timely, especially given that we're going through a pandemic right now and we're getting a lot of news about the COVID-19 vaccine. This question kind of asks you to think beyond, your initially planned experiments, because obviously you haven't collected data on that yet. But the question is asking, in general, what are some of your initial hypotheses as an expert looking at emotion and health communication? What are some of your hypotheses about what might be some key features of vaccine messaging that might be particularly important as we try and reach the point with COVID-19 vaccination where we're trying to reach more vaccine hesitant individuals? What are some of your initial thoughts on what might work with vaccine hesitant people?
Thank you for these great questions. Actually, I think so far from my observation from a lot of different vaccination message, and then also from more theory perspective, I think one key very important feature is in the message content. We need to connect to our people's life. Because any message you want, like what I mentioned at the beginning in my presentation, it's very important. You need to let your people to attention to get your message. Then you can have further persuasion outcome. So the key is when we talk about the vaccination, how can we get their attention first? Then I think the one important feature is the personalization. Personal relevance. Okay, so for example, for the COVID vaccine, even though sometimes in the study I use the hope strategy, but I'm not just simply tell them, okay, you get a vaccine, then you will have the good future, or we hope the COVID will come soon, because people might have this distance feeling. They say, okay, so this is not really close to my life. So the key is in my study, I need to find out what kind of the personal relevance this life, then actually can use this hope, then come together, then it can increase people more attention, which can further maybe to fight this vaccine hesitancy. So because people will think, okay, this is very important to my life, so I should get this COVID. Once they have these thoughts, I think we will win at least 50%. Then later on, of course, we need to continue. I think use any different communication way to continue to talk with our people. Then it can increase this persuasion.
Thank you, Dr. Liang. And obviously, I'm so glad that you're looking at that specific emotion of hope, because obviously, here's hoping things significantly improve in the coming weeks with the pandemic. So I actually have a question for Dr. Gillig, and it is kind of pandemic related as well. I think obviously that's top of mind for a whole lot of folks these days. And the question is this. Given the impact of the pandemic on mental health, and particularly young people, and that your research agenda focuses on factors influencing the health and well-being of youth, as a scholar in this area, where do you see your research agenda going coming out of this pandemic? Do you see that shaping some of the questions that you're investigating as a scholar?
It's a very interesting question. I think, yes, I think that COVID has had such an impact and, of course, has taken up so much of our lives recently that there's no way that it would have no impact whatsoever. However, I think that some of my work and some of the questions that I had pre-COVID are sort of just extending, in terms of, a lot of my work, as I mentioned, is with the camp, and that's an insight or on-site, in-person, face-to-face type context that can improve youth well-being, but also you can't be at summer camp year-round, right? So, you know, the youth there, they meet people in that context and then they leave, and a lot of times they're communicating with people using social media, and, you know, their friends may live across the country, they may live in a different country, and so, you know, social media is obviously one way that they're able to communicate, and they're able to hopefully maintain some of those networks that can have a positive impact on them and bolster their mental health when they're experiencing challenges that they might face, you know, in their day-to-day environment. So of course, you know, as we've been seeing in the pandemic, that, you know, that sort of ability to connect with people virtually can be a very, very good thing. It can help people, you know, get support, but it can also take away some of their well-being if they're, you know, on a screen all day long and they're not, you know, moving their body or getting outside or interacting with people face to face. So I think that, you know, some of those things and sort of trying to, I guess, find sort of best practices for, you know, for in my case, for youth, particularly, and, you know, to be able to provide recommendations from my research would be the goal.
Thank you, Dr. Gillig. So, you know, we have just a few minutes left. And, you know, I think one thing that has really come out of this panel as a theme is just the degree to which all of your research programs have very concrete, practical, rigorous impact for public health and health communication in your own respective areas. And so I'd just like to take a couple minutes and go around the Hollywood Square Zoom screen, so to speak, in conclusion here, and ask you the big kind of so what question that often gets asked of academic researchers. What would each of you like to see be the biggest positive outcome or impact of your program of research? Phrasing that from a land-grant university mission perspective, more selfishly, I guess, how do you see your research improving the lives of the citizens of Washington State, the nation, and the world, actually? Please just jump in any order, or I can go around and pick on specific Hollywood squares here.
I'll go ahead and jump in. I think for a lot of academics, one of the things we are hoping is to change the world in our own small way, shape, and form. We're trying to do something that we know isn't going to necessarily make these big seismic shifts, but can have small incremental change and hopefully lead to bigger, more sustained change. I think for a lot of us, that comes through our work, and not just in our journal articles where we say, here's our implications for public health practitioners, but through the work that we do in terms of service. We serve on committees, we serve with organizations, and we try to have impact there. I was recently fortunate to serve on a National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine committee sponsored by the CDC about preventing STIs, which was really insightful. I got to work with great colleagues in all areas and really look at how we could develop a plan for how people could move forward in this area. And I think as academics, that's what a lot of us want to do. We really want to use the areas that we research to try to help lead to change and positive health and well-being.
I'm so glad you mentioned more than journal articles, because Murrow College research certainly has concrete positive benefits. Who's next here of my great colleagues? Dr. Boyd.
I don't know if I want to follow Dr. Willoughby's answer.
It was pretty darn good.
But I think Dr. Willoughby hit on all of the points that we really focus on at the Murrow College. We really try to do research that is not just things that we just publish in journal articles. We want to actually work with people to improve the health and well-being of people. So I think through, this is kind of just echoing Dr. Willoughby, but I'd have to say with my research, I'm really hoping to develop and understand the theory, the methods, and the tools to really better effectively communicate about environmental and health risks with communities and empower them to do the work themselves as well.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. We're running out of time, but in conclusion, I want to pick on our new faculty researcher, Dr. Ping. You want to have just kind of a last touch on this practical importance question?
Yeah, sure. I think I share lots of views with all my colleagues here. I think for health communications researchers, we all want to improve the health and of everyone, not including people in Washington, but also around the country and around the world. So I think we all do small things to improve the health of everyone from this different perspective. But from a big picture, we are connecting dots that help us understand better about what influence health and what kind of things that can finally improve health, not only by medical doctor, but also by people in different fields, so we can contribute to the overall understanding of health by different fields of knowledge. So that's, I think, the positive thing we can do.
Well stated, Dr. Ping. One of my favorite parts of the research process is connecting those dots between theory, method, and real-world practical importance of research. Thank you so much. Thank you to my colleagues, my Murrow Minds colleagues, for your research, for your inspiration, as well as sharing your insights in terms of the value of Murrow College research. That wraps up this session of Murrow Minds Symposium Showcase. Stand by, because we've got another terrific teaching session coming up from 2 to 3 p.m. It's on Murrow faculty equipping students to lead in the new digital frontier. We're going to take a brief pause as we transition into that session now. Thank you for your attention, and of course, go Cougs!
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to have you here today to listen to some of our amazing Murrow faculty talk about how they teach our students digital skills and how they are preparing our students for a new workforce that has been impacted by a global pandemic and a sea of other changes. Each faculty member will take a few minutes to introduce themselves and then talk about projects that they've been doing in their classroom. I'm going to first turn it over to Mr. Ben Pingle.
Thank you, Stacy. I'm excited to be with you guys today. This has just been an amazing symposium and a great experience. And my name is Ben Pingle. I have been here at WSU in my second year as a scholarly assistant professor. Been teaching for about 8 years now and just really love working with our students here on these different forms of multimedia content creation, which a lot of my courses focus on. So I get to work with students in Com 210 with nearly 500 students every semester, which is an exciting opportunity there. And I also teach some advertising creation courses and then also web design and development. So we just get to play all day and it's great. So a couple of years ago, I redeveloped our a multimedia content creation course. And it was a big task, a big process. And as I went through that, we created what I call the Boring Image Project. It's a very fun project where students just blend whatever they can come up with into an image. And it's a lot of fun. I presented about it at the National Communication Association last fall. And as we were preparing for that, I needed an assignment that would be a tool for our students to understand how to work in Photoshop. And I didn't want just something, something random. I wanted something that would be meaningful for them, not only in learning the tools, but also in learning the, some sort of concept, something that, not just some fluffy kind of a thing. And so I had the idea, well, we're named after Edward R. Murrow. Let's do something with him. And so I worked with our communication marketing department in the college, and what we do, it's a lot of fun, is we provide our students a selection of images that they can choose. They choose a couple of images, and then we give them a series of tasks. And so they take these pictures of Murrow and then they cut out and they blend and they work them all together. I give them a quote from Edward R. Murrow that they have to work in, so they're learning additional typography. And so it really works well to meet course principles and objectives, but also do something that's really creative rather than just creating the same exact thing every time. And our students responded really well to it. And then my marketing side kicked in and I said, well, we're doing some really fun stuff with this. Let's share this on Twitter. Let's flood the world with Murrow and the cool stuff that we're doing in the college. And so it's been a lot of fun going through that and having our students work with that. They have been so creative and they do some really great work. And so I'd like to share some of that with you all here. I'm going to share this preview. Hopefully this works right. But again, we give them a selection of images and then our students go and share on Twitter what they're doing. And you can see how fun this is and the variety of work. They really have done some fantastic work in putting these together. And we see a lot of creativity, a lot of diversity in the projects as the students get to put their own stamp on it. When students have creative choice, they are more invested in the work that they're doing. And so we really tried to apply some of those principles that have been found in teaching pedagogy to this project. And it's been a lot of fun. And so if you go on Twitter and search Com210 and the Murrow project, you'll find all sorts of student work there as they've shared about him. What's been really cool about this is hearing students talk about afterwards how much more connected they have felt with our college namesake. And they've really enjoyed learning about him and they've just really felt a meaningful connection. So it's been a lot of fun. As we've focused really on trying to find creative ways for our students to approach different projects with meaningful subjects in Com210.
That's great, Ben. I've seen those Murrow images before, and yet every time I see them, I get goosebumps. They are so powerful, and it's exciting to know that our students have created them. Thank you for sharing them with this. And thanks also to the students for doing such beautiful work. I'm going to turn it now to Rebecca Cooney, who's going to talk about some projects that are specific to ComStrat 310.
Hi there. I am Rebecca Cooney. I am a scholarly associate professor at Murrow College, And this is my 9th year teaching at Murrow. I'm also the director of Murrow Online Programs and a research associate on an NIH grant. But I'm here to talk about ComStrat 310, which is a class that's designed to teach students key principles and tactics for creating and executing 2 integrated digital campaigns. And that's something that emphasizes core concepts in the development, implementation, tracking, and measuring effectiveness of digital campaigns. So I'm going to show you a little Adobe Spark page that I created really quick here that walks you through just a little bit about what it is that we do. Students work in teams on a semester-long project, and they generate original social media, marketing, and advertising elements for a single initiative that's centered around advocacy areas such as mental health, travel, hospitality, fashion, sustainability, or social justice. And they're trained on 10 web-based tools. That includes Google Drive, Canva, Adobe Spark, and Adobe Creative Cloud tools, and also Weebly. So anyway, there are several collaborators in 310. It's a collaborative teaching model, and about 4 of us get together, including some adjunct instructors and some others that teach online, and we put it all together. There's a virtual version of 310 that we've been operating this year that will evolve into a hybrid model over time. And I had just an example of a team that to walk through. There's 6 parts of the assignment where they begin with basically a white sheet of paper. The teams are formed. They work together to decide on their concepts. They put together brand and visual identity and message strategy. They work on audience personas and competitor profiles. And they basically just put together this incredible package of materials that they then translate into a website, into some social channels. They design 2 campaigns. They also implement those campaigns and measure them and track all of the metrics in Google, Google Ads, Constant Contact, email, and most of them are in Instagram, Twitter. I've got a group in TikTok this semester that I'm excited about. And this is just showing an example of Van Venture, who is an existing team of 5 really talented students. And their initiative is promoting the basically hashtag van life. And so this is just a brief showcase of the materials they produce. Here's our team of these 5 talented students. They put together a team contract early on in the term. They also decide who's doing what, and they establish some roles and some leadership. They come up with that visual identity and messaging. They also design their website using Weebly, where they integrate Google Analytics and search engine optimization, as well as a blog that they contribute regularly to. They also develop their 2 social channels. In this case, they chose Instagram and TikTok as a way to reach their audience. And they're doing some really, really amazing things in these tools. And the link to this is going to be shared in Attendify. So if you want to go check it out, I've got links out so you can check out their really cool work. And each campaign, they have to do a series of blog posts, social posts, curated posts, Google Ads, email, metrics reports. It's very layered, and they have a really, really wonderful time. The outcomes are fantastic. They come together in the end, and they have great reflections. They learn a whole new vocabulary. They get certified in Google Analytics throughout this course, in addition to creative work and so many really wonderful things that they're doing. I am sharing on Twitter, just like Ben, hashtag 310digital if you want to check out things there. But that's my overview.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's a really, oh, can I have you stop the share of the screen?
Sorry.
It's okay. That's a really fantastic overview of what happens in that course. I'm just struck by not only the beauty of that work, but the strategic use of that work, right? The tools there are being used to really, in a very strategic way. And I know we also use digital tools quite strategically in ComStrat 383. And to talk about that course and the way in which we're using digital technology is Margaret Rich.
Actually, I'm going to take that one. As just a
Go
reminder,
ahead.
Rebecca's going to take that one too, because Margaret's going to speak about one of her educator, help me, Margaret, educator advocacy.
PRSA Educators Academy presentation about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Excellent. Okay.
I will speak to 383 as well. I have got a poster up here. I'm going to speak to something specific in 383. 383 is media strategies and techniques for PR. And this is where students learn about digital, they learn about writing for earned, owned, and search channels, but also in adapting messages across multiple mediums. They work individually and in teams to create projects and writing assignments. They also have a phased learning process for building awareness campaigns. There's quite a bit that goes on with it. And this is an example. This partnership in community health awareness is really about the experiential learning aspect of what they do. They are working together in a collaborative program for Center for Civic Engagement. And they started this in fall of 2018. And it was created, this partnership was created with the Whitman County Public Health Division and the group of ComStrat 383 students. And the focus of the overall project was to raise awareness about locally significant public health issues through the creation of and implementation of different activities and campaigns that are in public relations and social media, web content, and grassroots. So it was pretty layered. Over 4 semesters, this project has evolved considerably and now includes partnerships with organizations in food insecurity, as well as Pullman Regional Hospital. Whitman County Public Health is still there, and then Laytalk Alliance on Mental Health has also joined. Students were assigned to one of 4 teams that were led by 3 past 383 students who were selected because they possess really just the necessary skills and maturity to collaborate and coordinate, not only with their peer students, but also with the community partners. And this aspect of the course is really designed to be really, really highly experiential in its nature. Students learn software for writing and editing, media tracking, web development, analytics, digital content creation, social media placement, and metrics as well. And it also is a great place for them to research, create materials, and really just create work product for the CCE partners that is immediately used. So outcomes are great. It's great for the community and the partners, and it's great for the students and their experiential learning.
It's a fantastic project, Rebecca. Thank you so much for sharing all of that information. And I really like how you're involved with helping out the community through that project. It's a win-win partnership for sure. Okay, so now I'll turn it over to Margaret Rich to hear more about a presentation that she recently gave at a national conference.
Thank you so much, Stacy. Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm Margaret Rich, also with the Strategic Communication Program here at Murrow and brand new. Actually, my presentation is going to be a little different. I'm going to drill down and talk to you about a learning activity, a persuasive writing assignment that helps students develop business acumen. And I'm going to just run through about 4 slides here. So let me share my screen, get that set up. Okay. All righty. Start. So business acumen. Our students are graduating into a gig economy. About a third of the workforce right now is self-employed. And really, students entering the PR and marketing field have much to gain in developing business acumen. Not only are they better prepared for self-employment, if that happens, they're also gaining really important skills and knowledge that's valued in many entry-level jobs. So the most recent report, the Commission on Public Relations Education, found agreement among employers that it's really important for entry-level practitioners to have business acumen, and that knowledge and skills is lacking. The commission also reiterated its earlier recommendations that there be more curricula and experiential learning to help students develop these skills. And so students in the student firm at my previous university learned to develop business acumen in many ways. And the cornerstone of this is a learning activity I'm going to describe that I presented at Educators Academy. And that I hope to bring to a Murrow classroom. So what is business acumen? So it's a set of skills, really, financial, partnership, relational, and communication skills. And by partnership, I mean, the ability to build good working relationships with peers, and the ability to develop a rapport with a client or with colleagues and establish a level of trust. And by financial, of course, we mean at a minimum, learning how to read and understand and develop a budget. And communication skills for business acumen, that really means writing memos and professional emails, proposals, white papers, professional presentations, and then verbally delivering those presentations to a professional audience. And so I developed this assignment, a proposal writing assignment to help students develop skills in all of those areas. And the setting was a student firm at this university, and I had students work in pairs to identify a potential client based on their interests and their passions, to learn all that they could about the client and to meet with them. And I prepared them to really listen well and ask good probing questions, and to help, to learn how to kind of discern what's the challenges, pain point, what's the challenge, what are the challenges and opportunities that the client faces. And so later the students would have to go back into the firm and put their heads together to think through, the services and the products that the student firm could provide, and then start working on their proposal. And they had to confer with the other students in the firms to kind of determine, okay, what can we provide? What are the activities and deliverables we can put together for this client, and how much time is it all going to take? So the proposal itself, 2 to 3 pages, persuasive writing. It needed to include estimated costs for activities and deliverables based on the amount of time that the students estimated it would take. We actually billed clients in the agency unless it was the pro bono client, account for a nonprofit organization. And these were the billing rates we actually charged. And if the proposal was for a nonprofit, a pro bono account, I still required students to include cost estimates that the firm would donate. That's standard practice in the agency world. And obviously it's important for the students to learn budgeting. And so that was part of the assignment. So the students really needed to lay out the goals for the project, a detailed description of the scope of work, and the estimated timeline for completion. It needed to be persuasive, to be written, as a formal business letter, and but also to be written in kind of a warm and conversational tone. And I had the students submit the first draft for my feedback, and then a final draft to present to the client after I signed off on it. And again, this was an ungraded assignment. The outcomes were really interesting. I mean, this is honestly a very scary assignment for the students. I mean, very intimidating, kind of nerve-wracking, especially, trying to contact a potential client and set up the meeting. Some students had difficulty doing that, but they eventually made it happen. And once they were able to do that, they got really excited by the prospect, kind of by the thrill of pursuing that business for the firm. And they really overflowed with joy, when they were successful in bringing in a new client. And, many of the students shared that this was really the most valuable learning experience for them of the semester. And, they appreciated, the opportunity to learn how to do this kind of writing and not have to worry about a grade. And really the skill enabled some of these students to start freelancing and charging a reasonable price for their services while they were in college. And then later after graduation, a few students were continuing to do that while they were looking for steady employment. So The assignment was really empowering to the students in many ways, and they seemed to really appreciate that. And that's what I've got here to present today. Thanks so much for listening, and I'd be happy to answer questions later on, and for you to reach out if you have like to have more information. Thanks.
Thank you, Margaret. It's a fantastic presentation, and I believe that you won an award for this presentation when you presented it at the conference, correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, it's clear to see why it was award worthy. We're now going to turn to a new course that's being developed for the Murrow College, and Justin Barnes is going to talk about that project.
Hello, Justin Barnes. Thank you, Stacy. I am a scholarly assistant professor in the Murrow College and happy to be here. And I think one of the best things we do is we have this hands-on experience. So when I came in, we had a discussion amongst faculty and we saw that there was a void. And one of the voids is we wanted to look at marketing communication. So we created this new course, CommStrat 395, Intro to Integrated Strategic Communication Management. And really a big focus of this is how do we bring the marketing world and the communication world together? So some of the topics that we discussed in here are segmentation, positioning, pricing strategies, targeting, branding. We cover the 4 Ps of marketing. The other thing that I think is extremely important that we haven't lost sight of what we do in the Murrow College is advertising, PR. But for instance, when you go to Costco, and maybe not all of you have been to Costco, but it's a warehouse that sells groceries and a variety of other products, they provide food samples. That'd be an example of direct marketing. So we cover all these concepts. We cover different theories from Maslow's hierarchy of needs to the golden circles. But our main goal with this is we want to look at innovation and what are the skills of innovation and how communication drives innovation. And just to give you an idea of how we're trying to drive innovation in this course is I'm going to share my screen with you right now, but here are just a couple projects we're currently working on that are new to what we do here. Well, this is a new course, so this is new content, but this is our virtual team project. So this course does occur online, and they actually have to do 2 virtual team projects. And generally what they do to begin with, this is the second one. The first one, they choose their own clients. So you could choose Nike, Under Armour, Apple. And basically you have to go through and look at the product, the brand, the service, their portfolio, look at their pricing strategies. What are their distribution channels? What type of marketing communication channels are they currently using? How do the 4 Ps fit into this? And then how are they being innovative? The second part of this is you have to look at their competitor. And then at the end of the semester, what our hope is we have this individual application project where basically encompasses a lot of the different things that we've done throughout the semester. But our focus here is really driving innovation. And the cool thing is this semester is we actually have 2 international clients that have wanted to work with our group. And the first one here is Prior Snowboard and Skis. And their goal is how do they drive online sales through communication? So whether it's a Vimeo video, it could be YouTube, it could be what is their presence on Twitter, what is their presence on Facebook. So that's a project that one of our students is working on in the individual application project. And then the great thing about this is carried over to our CommStrat 480 class where we're actually doing a campaign for this group. And then since one of the students chose this client, another student chose another client called Virus. And Virus, their big thing right now is they want to have a presence in North America. So they're really big in the European market. So they agreed to work with one of our students. And then the other fun part about this is going to transition into our CommStrat 480 course, which we're actually going to do a campaign for this group and really focus on building out a North American presence, but how are we selling their product in North America? And this all spawned from CommStrat 395. So this is a new course, a test run. Couldn't be more excited about it. And I think there's big things for it and then what it's going to do for other courses and faculty and students going forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Justin. I'm excited that this course is going to be offered, and we have students taking the course now as a 475. And we're hoping that by fall, it will be our 395 course and will be available for people to take as well. I'm now going to transition into journalism, and I'm really excited to introduce Lisa Wannanen-Jones, who's going to talk to us about photojournalism.
Hi, everyone. I am really thrilled to be able to talk to you about our photojournalism program. We had a project specifically that I'll share with you from last fall related to Election Day. And this grew out of a new course that we just launched last fall, which is a flexible course for underclassmen, so targeted for freshmen and sophomores that's meant to be more hands-on. And I think that Stratcom liked the idea so much that they're also launching a similar program. And this is something where we can do flexible topics depending on what is interesting. And one of the things that students have always mentioned to us is wanting to do more photography. We do a lot in upper division courses with media production, video, getting to do a lot of hands-on once you're a junior, senior, but there's a lot of classes you have to get to before you get to that point, depending on what your path is. And so we wanted to introduce this earlier. And from that grew this larger project, which I'll share with you, which was not limited to just one class, but something that we did across several classes, really anyone who wanted to participate, which was a variation of our rural reporting project, where we had students go out on Election Day last fall. And we did some training ahead of time to make sure that they were doing this in a safe and socially distanced way. They went out in small groups themselves, and they were able to get some really fantastic photos of election procedures happening in Washington and Idaho, and not just in the Pullman area, because we have students located in many different places this, well, all the time, but especially this year. And because of that, we got some really great variety. And this was a really, in some ways, something I wasn't sure if it would be successful. We didn't know how much students would really want to get out and do this. But I always love Election Day coverage. It's always like a holiday in newsrooms, just because it's a big news event. You plan for a long time. Everybody has to work really hard to cover all the different aspects of an election. And so it was really exciting for me to be able to bring students into that. And all day long, they're seeing other reporters on Twitter doing these same things professionally, and getting to have that experience was, I think, really rewarding based on what we heard from students who are out there doing that. Aside from the experience, their photos were really great. We shared these with a bunch of editors in the region, and some of the photos were published in by news organizations, including Northwest Public Broadcasting, the Daily Evergreen, and a couple other publications that selected ones they may use in future coverage. This program, if I can sort of rewind for a moment, is sort of a merging of this new photojournalism class and then what we have done the last couple years, which is our rural reporting project and the rural reporting plunge, which usually happens in October. And this is where we have sent out teams of 4 students to small communities in the region. And similarly, it's not tied to just one class. There's opportunities for students to participate regardless of their major or what classes they're enrolled in. And that's been a really interesting thing as well. Of course, we were excited for our 3rd year, but anything involving travel and teams staying in close quarters was not going to happen this year. So we had to pivot and find other ways to help students still make those connections and build those portfolios. So while we're hopeful that this program will also come back in the future, the election photos really showed to me the enthusiasm students had for what was essentially a pop-up project that we organized about a week in advance, which is pretty short notice, but honestly kind of long in newsroom scale. A lot of things in newsrooms are pretty fast moving, and so we were able to provide that experience as well. This website is also built using a framework that's widely used called Bootstrap, which is taught in one of my other classes, Com 320, Visual Communication. So this is something that students also learn how to build websites like this if they wanted to present their own photos in this type of way. From this, there's also captions here. We made sure that students were also doing the writing part of it as well and documenting the photos they were taking as they were doing it. One thing that we always want to emphasize in our programs is that, you know, the visuals are fun, but if you're there as a reporter, it's really important that you are checking facts, that you are finding out what's happening and getting all of that documented. And from all this, one of my key ideas, one of the things I feel really strongly about, this is my 7th year teaching, is trying to get students involved earlier in some of our experiential learning, that it's not just something you get to do as a senior as a reward for getting through all the other classes, that it's a key part of what we do and something that students should be doing right away, learning how to communicate out in different communities and be respectful and learn how to report in the places around our campus. Along with that, also, I want to get more gear in the hands of students earlier on. We do a lot of computer work, and a lot of times the cameras are something they don't really get privileged to use until later. Of course, a lot of students have their own cameras, but that's a source of disparity. And so we've made a point to have more programs and classes where students can use cameras and gear from the college earlier if they don't have their own equipment. So I think that's the key things I wanted to share.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I loved watching those photos and looking at them. I remember seeing them as they unfolded and as they posted around the election. And it was quite moving to see students enter into communities that largely were ignored by news outlets. And I was really glad that our students were there to be able to get access for those communities. And then we're going to transition to Marvin Marcello, who's going to talk to us about news production and our television production classes and how they're using digital technology.
Thanks, Stacy. Hello, everyone. I'm Marvin Marcello, Scholarly Associate Professor in the Murrow College, and I teach the broadcast production courses along with the newscast lab that we have every day. Some of you know that we were one of the few courses given the exception to teach in person. So we've been doing the lab this semester every evening, except for during the symposium. And last semester we did it on a twice or three times a week. And then the semester before that, when we were totally shut down, we stopped abruptly in the middle of March, or right after, I think, spring break. Anyway, but before we stopped, we were able to do some projects, and I just wanted to share that with you. First, I want to just share a couple of photos here. This is just the control room, so everybody can kind of see how we're dealing with safety concerns and some of the issues that we deal with in the studios, in control room. So you can see all the bunch of cleaning supplies that have to be there, plastic barriers between students producing the shows and directing the shows and trying to keep us as safe as we can. Everyone trying to direct with masks on, which makes it tough to hear each other through the intercom system. And so there's another challenge for them in that learning environment of switching a live daily newscast. Obviously out in the studio, the production crew is still using their mask, while during the newscast itself, the reporter anchors can take off their masks there. During our first part of our the shutdown, when we had to just really get out of the studio, a couple of students did a couple programs, news shows, a segment, sorry, and I wanted to share one with you here, or a couple with you here. So this is the first one.
Hi, I'm Year 12 Washington at the Raleigh residence, here to learn more about how the coronavirus is affecting those with immune disorders in Washington state.
As cases of the coronavirus skyrocket across the country, families that have loved ones with compromised immune systems are on high alert.
Blood transfusions.
I spoke with Carrie Rowley, a mother with 2 boys that have the X-linked genetic mutation A-gamma-globulanemia. This disease prevents her 9-year-old son, Camden, from producing antibodies to fight off germs. The coronavirus is especially dangerous for the Rowley family.
Most of us, except for myself going to the grocery store, have not really left our house. We're giving them treatment and we're just being extra careful.
In order to ensure Camden's safety during the pandemic, Ms. Rowley conducts weekly infusions. In order to have a fighting chance against the virus, Ms. Rowley's son relies on plasma donations from over 60,000 people. As cases of the coronavirus begin to flatline in other parts of the world, the fight is far from over for families like those of Ms. Rowley.
I don't know what this means for the future, which is one of my biggest fears, because eventually my husband's going to have to go back to work. My healthy children are going to go to school, and at any moment they could bring something home that our other kids could get.
Luckily, Camden's spirits are high throughout the pandemic. With the help of his favorite candies, Scooby-Doo, and social distancing, he can't help but continue to smile.
In Puyallup, Washington, with the Edward R. Murrow College of Communication, my name is Chloe Reschke.
So that was a nice personal look at how the pandemic, when it first shut down, what everyone was scared of in their immediate area. And this next one I want to share. It's a story that was done here on campus just last semester. Oops, sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button. Here we go. I only work in production. I don't know really what I'm doing. Here we go.
Hi,
Oops,
I'm here
sorry.
in Washington at the Ralph.
Okay, hold on a second. Must be this one.
In years prior, the Cougar Safe Rides program from the Women's Center ensured that students had a safe ride home from a party or a bar. Now they ensure students get enough to eat. Cougar Safe Rides made its transition to Cougar Eats in October. Cougar Eats is a collaborative food pantry program with the Office of Access and Opportunity, Dean of Students, and Center for Civic Engagement. Cougar Eats coordinates with the WSU Pullman Food Pantry to deliver food-to-go bags to students with transportation needs.
We moved to the food pantry go bag so that way students could still get connected to the resource, but have that social distancing and all of the safety things that we are observing right now.
Students can pick up the food pantry to-go bags at Leidy Student Services, or they can get Cougar Eats to deliver to them. Cougar Eats delivers to any undergraduate or graduate student in the Pullman area. Students can request a food to-go bag on the food pantry website. They can then schedule a delivery or pickup time.
We have been dispatching, making sure that the food bags actually reach the students that have requested them.
The food pantry makes the food bags as well-rounded as possible. They include good sources of protein, canned fruits and vegetables, snacks, and breakfast options. Students can also request fresh foods such as apples or potatoes. They can also get menstrual products or safe sex supplies if needed.
Just wanted to connect them with services to help them be the most successful that they can at WSU.
With videographer Katie Mangold, I'm Ariel Yakbazi, Murrow News 8.
Oops, so that assignment is done between my class and Matt Love's class in 455, 465, as the 465 student acts as the reporter, and then the 455 student does the videography and editing of that program. And the last one, some students are still not able to come to campus and are still taking the class from home. And so I have one to share from a student who is kind of stuck at home, but really wants to take part in this class. And I thought this was a good example.
It feels like no matter where you look, the state of the world's getting worse. Oceans full of plastic, an endless amount of waste, an impossible task ahead of fixing our beloved planet. But change can't happen if you do nothing. So here's where you should start. Reduce. Why? Because Americans produce more than 200 million tons of waste every year, and you don't want to add to that. Reuse. Why? Because reusing and repurposing cuts back on unnecessary waste, and it gives things a chance at new life. Recycle. Why? Because recycling creates jobs. It helps our community and it helps our planet. And after doing all this, what will we be left with? We'll be left with a planet that will slowly start to heal. We'll be left with more money in our pockets. We'll be left with more opportunity for work. And most importantly, we're left with hope for the future. So reduce, reuse, recycle.
Yeah. Anyway, those are some of the things we're doing in class, along with a nightly newscast of 14 minutes and 30 seconds, Monday through Thursday, and 30 minutes on a Friday.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marvin. I was really struck by how you talked about the ways in which your classes to adapt. We went virtual and online in the spring. And I'm curious, if some of our other panelists could talk. I know later today we have at 4 p.m. a session that's geared entirely to how we have taught during the pandemic. But Ben, in particular, I'm wondering, with our Com210 course, those students are having to use Adobe products throughout the semester. And I'm guessing that you had some students who didn't have access to Adobe when the pandemic hit and we had stay-at-home orders in March and April. How did you handle that?
That was a tough one. And I remember, when the pandemic initially hit and just the implications of everything. Like, we've got 500 students in this class, and how do we get through this semester right now? It's overwhelming. And I had COVID myself at the time. It was some dark days. There were several things that played out during that week that we had spring break to hurry and pivot. It didn't take very long for Adobe to make their programs available for everybody. And that just completely made it possible for us to move forward in any way with the course. What I soon discovered were so many other issues that I didn't anticipate. Computers that were a little bit older and couldn't handle it, or they were working on a Chromebook and couldn't run the Adobe programs. So what ended up happening, I think, was most of our students were supported with that. And then the university later stepped in and provided the Adobe licenses, and that made a world of difference for our students. We had a degree of flexibility that we had to include that we didn't normally have. When you have that many students in a course, you have to set some guidelines and some, these are the boundaries we're working in. And those boundaries got pretty fuzzy for a while. And when a student came to us and said, I can't run that program, I can't do it. Okay, let's get creative. What do you suggest? I actually told that to several students. What do you suggest we do here? And they provided alternatives. In the end, we came out with a list of alternative programs and said, try these. Let's see what they could do. In the end, one student, Microsoft was all they had. And so they did their projects in Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint. And you know what? We adapted. The principles of design still apply. They can still learn to effectively communicate in those ways as well. So it was a high degree of creativity, flexibility, and frankly, a lot of patience. Kudos to our awesome students for their patience as we all worked through it together. It was really a time where, and continues to be a time where we just have had to collaborate in a very unique way, faculty and students coming together.
That's great, thank you. Lisa, you were sending students out into communities during the pandemic. Obviously the pandemic's still going on, but in November, when vaccines were not yet available, you were sending students out into communities to gather photos about elections. Talk to us a little bit about what that was like and how you pivoted for that project.
Yeah, thank you. So I think one thing that has been really important throughout this is flexibility, like Ben was saying. No one has been required to go out into places if they're not comfortable with it. We're also very cognizant that there are lots of communities that might not want our students to be going to their community right now or having anyone near them. And as part of that, another program that I was not the lead faculty member on, but we also did a program called Landlines, where students did outreach to some of the rural communities where we've previously sent students, but all by phone and Zoom this time around. And that was another program that really made use of some of the relationships we've been able to establish in the past and try to connect those through this year, instead of having the pandemic, sever those relationships that would spend a lot of time building. And I hear that from other classes too, that we had to get creative, but we found ways to do that safely for anyone who wanted to be involved with it. One thing that happened, by November for us was that we had months and months of experience from professional journalists. And I think that's something that we're always looking at, is drawing connections between what we do in the classroom and what's happening in the professional world. And so I would absolutely not have, and didn't last spring when things changed really rapidly, I had rules in my assignments where I said, you cannot, no contact, no travel, no going anywhere assignment, which is just kind of crazy in traditional journalism. But that was because there were so many unknowns at that point. By fall, we had months where people knew more about how to protect themselves, how to protect the people that they were interviewing and talking to, how to approach a story. My video class would laugh if they're listening, because I'm always telling them close-ups, close-ups, close-ups. You are needing to get close to people. You have to get in their bubble. Half of it's about being okay with that and getting over those barriers. And what we had to do instead was say, okay, that's not possible now. So how do we still tell a good story? What are our other tools that we have as storytellers to get good visuals without being close to people? How do we emotionally get close to people when we can't spend time with them? And students have been really great. I mean, they've had fabulous ideas of their own. They have done a great job watching professionals, both in their published work and guest speakers, and seeing what professionals post on Twitter just about their own processes, right? How should you clean your camera after you've been out in a place with other people? And because of that, it really has, I think, accentuated what was already a strength in our program, but just that we're learning all the time with our students too, and that they appreciate that that sort of cycle of ways to do that. And this year obviously brought other pressures as far as outside family life and people actually being ill and lots of other challenges. But the innovation in storytelling and in what they were doing with their media products has been really impressive. I think that's actually a really impressive strength of this year.
That's great. Thank you. We have a question from the audience, which is, what is the most journalism and strategic communication for 2021? So I'd like to first turn it to Margaret and then to Marvin to answer that question.
Stacy, could you repeat the question? We got a bandwidth issue and I didn't quite hear what you said.
Oh, for sure. What is the most interesting trend in journalism or strategic communication in 2021?
Wow. I mean, I think, that's a great question. I think that I wouldn't, interesting misinformation, the speed with which misinformation just flying all over the place, and the challenge for tech firms to really get a handle on this, and the complication that this is bringing to, in strategic communication anyway, to client work, to doing our work for employers, where you just have to be on your toes because you just don't know when the next piece of misinformation or disinformation is going to be flying out there about your product or service or company.
That's great. Thank you very much. Marvin, how about you?
Well, just getting out of a couple of news panels, we talked about not only what Margaret said about fake news, but we also talked about how some people are actually getting their daily news from comedy shows, which is kind of shocking, but at the same time, true. And how some of the local TV stations, news stations, are trying to combat the overall fake news label that has been put upon them. And so a lot of them are still struggling a little bit with that, making sure that I think Lester Holt said something about that earlier, about truth to power, and how they have to tell the stories that are meaningful and true, and that they try not to give light to those stories that actually have no reason to be on the air. The other thing, technology-wise, is there's a switch to streaming rather than broadcast, and broadcast is considered old. And I put myself in that area of old, of over-the-air broadcast, and streaming is everything else what the students are doing and how they're trying to capture them in that manner, when most of them are subscription video on demand, and it's just something that's totally different. So there's a bit of a struggle on the technology side, as well as a continued struggle of making sure the right news gets out in the proper manner.
Thank you. We have Question from the audience, which is, what should a prospective student expect when they join Murrow College? And so if someone, I'm just going to open it up to anyone who would like to talk about either a student interested in journalism or strategic communication. What would that student expect in their first year here within the Murrow College?
Stacey, I'll take
Justin, go ahead.
And one of the great things I can say about Murrow is you're going to come here, and there's an old saying, but you can either be a spectator or a player. And Murrow allows you to be a player. You're going to have a suite of options, and we're going to teach you media skills. We're going to teach you how to write. We're going to teach you website. We're going to teach you design. We're going to teach you content. We're going to teach you advertising. But you're going to come out of this place a media professional. And you never know where that can lead you, but you're going to have a variety of doors open when you leave here. But even more important than that is you're going to have a faculty that cares about you. You're going to have a cohort of students that care about you, and you're going to get a great network. But I think the big thing is you're going to be a media professional, and you're going to have a community here that's going to take care of you. And part of that agreement is that you're going to help take care of them as well. And we would love to have you.
That's excellent. Very, very wonderful answer, Justin. Anybody else want to answer that question? Go ahead, Ben.
So I think one thing that we've been able to show throughout the pandemic and all of this, we keep hearing the words flexibility and change. But despite all of the change that we've had to do as we deliver our courses, I still feel confident that our objectives have been met, that when my students leave my classes, they have still learned and they've gained valuable skills. And that says a lot considering what we've all been through in the last year and a half. And so expect that. Expect an incredible education that no matter what comes, no matter what curveballs we get, we are going to change and adapt with it. We're going to stay with the trends. We're going to stay with what's happening today. So you get a quality and current education that will set you apart in the workplace.
Wow. Go ahead, Lisa, please.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. I mean, those are exactly right. And I like to talk to students about my not great freshman year at WSU because I think it's such a common experience that you can feel really lost. There's a lot of freedom, and that can be really great, and it can also be really overwhelming. And it's something where there are lots of guides around. There's people who want to help you out, but even figuring out who to talk to can be pretty difficult. You can feel kind of anonymous, and that's a hard thing. But there's a reason we give out like awards for outstanding seniors, and we don't give out awards for outstanding freshmen. And it's not because your work doesn't matter when you're a freshman. It's because there's a lot of time to figure it out. Like, you don't have to be perfect every semester. You don't have to show up to a club meeting and immediately be friends with everyone. There's a lot of time to get that sorted out, even though at the time it can feel like, you have to make decisions right away. You really don't. There's a lot of time to try things out, see what works for you, and just grow as a person before you find that career path that you really want.
That's great advice. Marvin, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Lisa was talking about. Our practical courses where hands-on experience is really the key to understanding how everything that you're learning pertains to the industry you're going into. The student clubs from Cable 8 to PRSSA, Ad Club, also add to their learning experience. And I think Justin touched on it too, is networking. We have one of probably the strongest networking with students and alums together who have made such powerful connections in the industry. And I know that just recently I heard someone getting a really big promotion in a field that I wouldn't have thought they went into, but they took our courses and they applied what they learned in that certain course to something else, and it really skyrocketed their career in that manner. And it was great to hear about that just recently. And I'll just say his name is Justin Lang, and he was in news at one time, and now he's the engineer or chief engineer for the Oakland Raiders in the Allegiant arena down there in Las Vegas. Anyway, so he went from news and then went to engineering technology. And it's a great, he said he still used what he learned in his undergraduate years to go propel him into his industry.
That's fantastic. Well, I want to thank you all for your time today. I am so proud of our Murrow faculty members and what we do day in and day out in the classroom. And I hope everyone is as excited as I am by the student work that was shown here today, and by how passionate our faculty talk about their teaching and about the skills that they provide our students. So we're going to take a small break, and then we're going to turn into the third hour of the Murrow Minds Expo, which will focus on research related to political communication, answering the question, how are Murrow faculty advancing political discourse and democracy? So thanks everyone for attending. We hope to see you back in a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for attending this Murrow Minds Creative and Scholarly Showcase. I'm Associate Dean of Research and Graduate Studies, Paul Woles. I'm just pleased to have you here with us. It's been a terrific Murrow Symposium, and I hope you've all been inspired by the events. This afternoon, we are featuring our Murrow College faculty, both in terms of teaching and research. We've already had some terrific sessions on health communication research. Our research session this hour is focused on a very hot current topic with huge relevance. We're focusing on politics and media and looking at how research conducted by Murrow College faculty are helping advance democracy, and responsible media, and the role of media and emotions in advancing political discourse and democracy. Without further ado, I want to get to our panel of experts. I'm privileged to have 4 of my colleagues joining me, and then I'll present some research at the end of this. But we're going to kick things off with it being my pleasure to introduce you to one of our brand new Murrow College faculty researchers, Dr. Jordan Foley. Dr. Jordan Foley is here from a PhD in Wisconsin. He does research on political conspiracy, misinformation. He's going to present on that. So Dr. Foley, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Paul. I'm going to take my obligatory, let me share my screen time here. All right. Well, thank you so much. As Paul said, this is my first semester or my first year here working at Murrow, and I'm going to present to you a little bit about my research program and a couple of findings from some recent studies that I've worked on and that focus on news information seeking habits. And as Paul mentioned, a sort of core part of my research, which is this idea of conspiratorial worldviews or conspiracy theories. How do people navigate this sort of misinformation environment? And just to step back for a second, my research program overall, I would say, is centered around this idea of political information ecologies, this idea that we're awash in different platforms where people have different opportunities and constraints in terms of communicating information about politics. And how do we navigate that? And how do we understand how information flows across those? And as offshoots, I'm really interested, obviously, as this little presentation will focus on this idea in political communication and misinformation and conspiracy theories, but in accordance with that, also studying how journalists tackle this problem, how they distinguish themselves from people who are attempting to use journalistic practice to make their work appear perhaps more credible or legitimate than it really is, and primarily using these computational methods that are mentioned sort of up top, taking huge bodies of text and trying to parse out what people are talking about and do sort of large-scale research. But for the research that I want to sort of present and show you all today is actually doesn't use computational methods at all, just tried and true survey techniques to explore a new idea that I've been that I worked on in my dissertation that I'm working on sort of building out. And it's this idea that not just, measuring how much people use certain kinds of media like social media or watch certain kinds of programming or television channels, but this idea that people don't just think about what media they use, but they have a general approach to consuming news and information. I'm really interested in how people navigate this political information environment. And I stumbled upon this idea called a news finds me perception. And I think this will relate to a lot of things that people generally feel, which is we feel so overwhelmed by the information that we come across every day in politics that we develop this perception that it's possible to stay informed about public affairs despite actively not following the news, as long as we're generally on the internet, as long as we generally stay connected with peers who we think have good information, or if we're scrolling through our news media feeds, if something's important enough, we're going to find out about it. You're not going to miss out on COVID because you didn't watch CNN that day. You'll just find out that it happens. And this is a general approach to news that people are increasingly coming across, that we tried to measure with questions on surveys about whether or not people think they can stay up with the news, even though they don't actively seek out this kind of information. And I was interested in whether or not this perception, this general perception that people have about how they navigate their news media environment makes them more or less likely to take on conspiratorial worldviews, and this concept of conspiracism that I'm really interested in. And that is this idea or a belief system or a worldview that people have that leads them to seek out conspiratorial explanations for political events, to anticipate them, and to try to link them together into ever-growing, overarching conspiracy theories. And so we asked people both the items, the survey items about the news finds me perceptions they had, as well as whether or not they had generally conspiratorial attitudes, not belief in specific conspiracy theories, but general statements like, do you agree that secret organizations manipulate people psychologically so they don't notice how their lives are being controlled by them, or that most of our lives are being controlled by plots hatched in secret places? And we take these two measures and try to say, is there something about our news consumption habits that's associated with the tendency for people to develop conspiratorial worldviews? And I studied this using two big national samples, one including politically contentious environments in battleground states during the 2018 midterm election. And again, in a more national sample, trying to figure out if local news contexts were also related. So are people who live in news deserts where no newspapers exist, if they have a news finds me attitude, are they more likely to believe in or have conspiratorial worldviews versus someone who lives in a county that may have two or more newspapers? And these are the findings that I ended up coming up with. And it's really shocking that in every single state that we looked at, these news finds me perceptions were positively related to conspiratorial worldviews. People who didn't take active control over their news media information consumption habits had an overconfidence in those beliefs were more likely to tend toward conspiratorial ways of viewing the world. And that didn't matter what politically contentious environment you were in that 2018 midterm election. And also I found that it did not matter if you lived in a place that was a news desert or a place that was saturated with local newspapers where you lived. That regardless of that news information environment, if you approached your news consumption, with this news finds me perception, that generally we found that people had a higher or scored more highly on these conspiratorial worldview items. And the most notable thing is that these models that we used included things like your general level of education, your specific level of political knowledge, how interested you are in politics, how much you use social media and how much you consume other forms of media, how much of an echo chamber you're in. We tried to measure all of these. And despite including all of those above and beyond those effects, this news finds me perception I'm finding is crucially important in explaining conspiratorial worldviews. And so I'm consistently working on this project specifically, but if there's one piece of advice that comes out of it, you have to take control of your information consumption habits. It's not enough to respond to information overload by taking a step back and saying, as long as I surround myself with good people, the good information will get to me. If you're not proactive about seeking out those quality forms of information, the tendency to slip into this kind of thinking, we're finding at a general national level, is highly, highly correlated. And so those are the research findings I have to share, and I'm happy to dig more into this and answer more questions afterward. But thank you for the time and attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Foley. Fascinating work, and look forward to having more time to talk about this interesting work at the end of the session, which, by the way, folks, I forgot to mention, if you have questions, please type those into the chat. We'll have time after everyone's presented to have a very interesting conversation. We're going to move on now to our next faculty researcher. It's Dr. Yunju Lee. I will say that I recently had the huge pleasure of being with Dr. Lee on a panel sponsored by the American Marketing Association that was specifically looking at marketing communication and political extremism. And I'm so pleased to hear her share her work once again in this Murrow Symposium session. Dr. Lee is going to be presenting on political extremism, looking at the case of some racial attacks on Twitter, and really digging into the effects of social media on political discourse. Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Bowles. I will share the screen. Okay, so I will share this specific study I am working on with my co-author, Yuan. Let me see. Okay, so I will start with a very brief history of Asian Americans in the US. So it traces back to 1848 during the gold rush. So they came to the US for specific labor works like railroad workers or miners. Then there was the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act that portrays that they were prohibited to come to the US. Asian exclusion ended in 1952, but prior to the 1950s, as the term yellow peril indicates, unwelcome and negative views and racism toward Asians were prevalent. And then this term of mother minority was created. Asian Americans were praised to be smart, wealthy, uncomplaining, and never in need of assistance. However, at the same time, it created erroneous presumption of racism toward Asian Americans is minimal or even non-exist. While Asian Americans express that they do experience racism mostly from the views that they are forever foreigners or perpetual foreigners. Also, there has been a study when they internalize the notion of mother minority, they tend to just ignore or accept racism to fit into the category of mother minority. Also, it made us to look at only high Asian American achievers, while there are Asians who are not so much high achievers. As the graph shows, many Asian Americans financially struggle, and there are Asian kids who are not so good at math, but they are ignored. So it creates pressures to become mother minority and take it as a privilege and be silent toward experienced racism. So now we are in the time that coronavirus was racialized. The more concerning part is, as some articles covered, it might be that America's deep-seated anti-Asian biases are just surface due to this event. That is, it is not just one-time racism, but it is just surfaced up. And it provides unique opportunities to see how Asians who are known to be rather passive and silent about racism respond to this very visible racism toward them. Yeah, so early response, like when it just started, like March 2020, last year, some movements just started that Asian American actors, actresses have stepped forward to speak out. People started to speak out their racism experiences. Some organizations such as Wash the Hate specific to COVID-19 and racism were formed. But still, it is unknown how publics would engage and speaks about the racism toward Asian Americans during the pandemic. So the background of this study was to understand public's communicative responses in social media setting. So again, the pandemic provides a unique access to the phenomenon from a unique angle. So Twitter has been considered as a vibrant place discussing key socio-political topics. So we thought it can be very interesting to look into this. So we chose the hashtag Wash the Hate and Wash the Hate as keywords to access to the phenomenon we want to study. This organization was the very first initiative with a specific goal to wash the hate toward the Asian community during the pandemic. So we collected tweets and included only those who received engagements, like received the replies and mentions. Also, we only included tweets from users who are in the US, who live in the US. As a result, there were 526 users and 726 edits. So we did two parts of analysis, content analysis and network analysis, and I will very briefly share the result with content analysis. So first, use a theme which are indirect responses to racism and showing gratitude to support anti-racism initiative. And among Asian Americans, Asian American organizations were even more likely to use femininity than other groups. So based on this ERGM network analysis, it showed that other race user groups, so non-Asian American group, homophobic effect was significant, which means that they were more likely to communicate more frequently within the group than with other group members, but less likely to receive replies or comments. Asian American user group homophily effect was marginally significant and insignificant receiver effects were found. So it seems that conversations were more tightly exchanged within each race group rather than across race groups. Media organizations and Asian American organizations were likely to receive much attention, receive replies and mentions, but at the same time, they were less likely to form ties within its user groups. Also, top 1% influencers and top 1% breaches were identified. So mostly Asian American actors, actresses, news reporters, and nonprofit organizations played important roles. And interestingly, one state university hashtag campaign using Watch the Hate plus the university name generated a lot of attentions. So limitations and future studies of ideas. This study only looked at the first 2 months period in the early time when this racism issue emerged during the pandemic. Therefore, longitudinal study on how publics, especially Asian Americans, respond to racism in social media setting how it changed over time will provide further insights. And there can be gender differences in response styles. Also, this study provides very descriptive portraits on how people respond to this racism toward Asian Americans and how conversations flow in general. However, it will be important to see underlying mechanisms Asian Americans may experience in responding to racism and what outcomes different response style toward racism can be important too in future studies. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. Fascinating work and obviously very timely. Again, I hope we'll have some time in the end of the session to talk about the very important implications of your research. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Bimbisar Iram, who studies media representations of refugee crises from a visual communication perspective. Dr. Iram, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. That's working, right? Yeah, okay. So essentially what the big question that drives my research is what can communication do, or what can communication as a practice do better to serve vulnerable populations? And that's a very big area, how you define vulnerable populations. But within that, in the last decade or so, there's this new emerging field called humanitarian communication. So what that does, it examines technologies, strategies, texts, representations, media institutions within the context of human crisis. So what my work currently does, it examines multiple media platforms from newspapers to cutting-edge immersive virtual reality. And I'll give you just a sample of that. So one of the sample studies that just got published is we examined, we know, that, we have a feeling, or that's probably proved in some studies that media representations play a critical role in the way most people, including those who determine policy and aid, encounter refugees, right? So we have a general sense of what a refugee looks like, right? So when you're shown a picture, right? So does this have an impact on donations, for instance, right? On the way that people open their wallets, right, for refugee causes, for instance. So what we did was we combined a content analysis and an experiment to examine the effects of 6 visual frames. And these were derived from the vast literature that's already existing on framing and visual framing of refugees. So you had individual, massified, mother and child, and these are very popular frames that are used to portray refugees, father and child, or refugee receiving aid and working refugees. And let me give you quickly a sample of what it looks like, some of these visual frames. So yeah, for instance, this is an example of a massified frame, right? So where the viewer can't make out who is what, right? There's no individuality, right? So you see a whole mass of people crammed into the shot, right? So, and this is very popular. In fact, anytime you look at a media, visual of a refugee, this is what you will find in the refugee crisis. Individualized frames, they're there, but they're on a relatively lower scale than massified frames, right? So here again is an example of an individualized framing of a refugee, right? Working refugees frame, where refugees are depicted as working, as contributing to the host economy. These are very fairly rare as compared to the other frames. This again is a very, very common frame. You can see refugee mothers and children, right, in media depictions of refugee crisis. So what we examined was the impact of these frames on the intention to donate. And interestingly, we found that the influence of visuals are not straightforward, right? There was no straightforward correlation. Individuals who had pre-existing, higher positive attitude towards refugees showed a higher intention to donate, and that's not entirely surprising. But among these participants, the intention to donate was highest in the individual frame condition, right? So when they saw a refugee, depicted as an individual or a personal, single person, they wanted to donate more. Individuals who had pre-existing lower positive attitudes towards refugees showed the intention to the highest intention to donate was in the working refugees, right, condition. This is interesting because when you show refugees as working, as contributing to the local economy, you don't show them as just sitting around or waiting to receive aid, right? So that's one interesting result. Another result was that that individuals who are more religious were also more likely to donate, right? So much more than a direct effect of visuals, we found the interaction effects that were more visible in these visuals, and this is a combination of content analysis and an experiment that we did, and the participants we picked from MTurk, Amazon MTurk, in last year. One of the other things that I also look at is, and that those visuals were all from newspapers and print media. The other sort of spectrum is virtual reality, right? So, and this has become increasingly popular as a new tool in humanitarian communication, and so much so that as my slides shows, between the 4 years of 2015 and 2019. The UN itself had invested in 21, VR documentaries, right? So that's a huge number. And they, almost every time there is a humanitarian crisis or anywhere in the world, the UN would send its UN VR team and ask them to document it as a VR documentary, as a virtual reality artifact, and why, right? So the immediate question is why. So there seems to be this understanding. There seems to be this sort of perception that VR raises the empathy levels of its participants. And at least that's what the rhetoric is that's coming out from Silicon Valley. There are lots of studies that are coming out that are testing the limits of empathy, of participants. And here is a dedicated website for the UN virtual reality. This is one of the artifacts that I examined. This was one of the first, actually, from the UN VR lab, and it won a lot of awards. And it was also very novel and very new at that time. This was 2015, yes, 14 or 15. So one of the ways that I examined was to analyze communication texts that engage with one specific crisis, which was the Syrian refugee crisis, right? So we haven't gone into the experiment stage yet, and as we know, here in Murrow, our VR lab has been shut down for the last 1 year, so, and we are sort of itching to get back into it. But one of the first studies that got published was that while VR brings new techniques of immediacy, the argument that I'm making is that it also uses this very traditional meaning-making codes. And so what I'm saying is that it uses this very culturally based ways of representing people, right? So the technology that is being used is novel, but at the same time, the modes of representation seem to be very traditional. So the VR is not necessarily free of this ideological critique that can be brought on from a media ethics angle, from a media ethics perspective, right? So they are still subject to these inherent issues that plague Western humanitarian practice. And we can talk about some of those when we get to the discussion stage. But yes, thank you, Dr. Balls, for having me here.
Thank you, Dr. Hayram. It's just so terrific seeing cutting edge empirical research being done on cutting edge communication technology in such an important social context. Just really deeply appreciate your work. Up next, we've got Dr. Erica Austin. Dr. Austin has become one of the world's leading experts in media literacy. And she's right here at the Murrow College. And she's also our founding director of the Murrow Center for Media and Health Promotion Research. Dr. Austin, pleased to have you here. She's going to be presenting on media literacy and political engagement for healthy individuals and democracy. Dr. Austin, please take the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bowles. It's an honor to be with everyone today. And I'm really happy to share a little bit of some research that I've been part of. We had a team that got going during the COVID lockdown that did a couple of surveys, and we have some pretty interesting findings coming out of that research. And it's really focused on media literacy, disinformation, and the intersection of politics and health. Like the others, I'm going to share my screen. And that'll just take a sec. And let me remember what I do here. Let's see. There it is. Okay. So hopefully you can see the screen now. We looked at political engagement in various ways amidst the COVID-19 lockdown. So information and disinformation flowing. And as you can see on this slide, health departments, the World Health Organization, the Centers for Disease Control, and in this case, the Washington State Department of Health, have all been really concerned about the flow of misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is really about things we can just get wrong. We can make mistakes when we're learning about new science, like learning about the vaccines being developed for COVID-19. We're learning as we go along, and journalism is the first draft of history. Sometimes we have to make corrections, we have to make updates. Sometimes we just get confused as information consumers. Disinformation, on the other hand, is purposely manufactured wrong information. And there are some really important implications to that. And my colleagues have already touched on a number of really important aspects of this. Dr. Foley talking about the news finds me kind of perspective and how that can associate with a conspiracism kind of belief system. And Dr. Lee talking about the implications of news coverage and imagery in the media for perceptions of minorities. And Dr. Aram also looking at those kinds of things from a visual perspective. So these slides find a few examples of some ongoing work that's being done by a multidisciplinary team that comes from the Murrow College, the College of Education, and also the Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine. So I want to make sure I'm acknowledging my colleagues here. And this is one of the things we really try to do out of the Edward R. Murrow Center for Media and Health Promotion Research. We see ourselves as a catalyst for collaboration. And indeed, that's what we've been doing here. So our focus and activities over this past year, we've been managing to keep busy even though we've all been shut in our homes, with a couple of surveys that we ran back in April and then in June and July. These were national surveys. They were representative surveys, but not random surveys. For those of you who have a research background, that does have implications, but they were representative of the national population. We also did an oversample of Washington state residents so that we could do some comparisons between what's happening at a national level and what's happening at a state level. And you can see here a number of the different topics that we were examining. Much of our focus, and especially my focus, has been on media literacy. The idea that our ability to access, analyze, evaluate, and create media, essentially our critical thinking about media and our understanding of how it's created, why it's created, and how accurate and credible the information is that we come across, both in the news and also through entertainment, how that helps us manage a sometimes toxic information environment. And as you've seen from the other presentations, sometimes we're not managing it so well. This image is the Take Care Before You Share campaign that was launched by the World Health Organization because they were so concerned about this. This is an example of how disinformation is flowing right now around the COVID-19 vaccines. And as you can see from this headline, disinformation campaigns often are organized by political actors. In this case, they're wanting to undermine confidence in the vaccines. In this case, they are using some national data collected by the government, but using it in ways that the government never intended for it to be used. This is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. It's being run by the Centers for Disease Control. It is a self-report system. So anyone can report in anything they want about anyone they want, about themselves, their grandparents, their friends, their dog, anything. It's voluntary. It is not verified. They just collect the information and they hope that scientists will take a look at it. Unfortunately, disinformation planners have also been taking a look at this. And in fact, you could do a whole campaign around, let's fill up this reporting system with false reports, and nobody would be doing anything about it. So what the World Health Organization has been trying to do is get a lot of good information out there, trying to recognize when disinformation is out there, and they've been producing public service announcements that give you correct information. They've been trying to do this without amplifying the wrong information, and this is a real difficult balancing act to do. So in this case, you see an example about how to use or not use bleach. In our data, in our survey, you can see at the bottom, a lot of people were either unsure or had the wrong belief about bleach. And because disinformation campaigns often try to sow confusion, being unsure is almost as bad as having the wrong belief. This is another example about 5G networks. 5G networks are not responsible for spreading COVID-19, but you can see in our survey, over 50% of the sample either believed this or were confused. And can hand dryers kill the virus? No, but you can see that again, over half of our sample, our national sample, were either confused or had it wrong. So it's really important to be able to navigate the information environment. In our study, we found that because disinformation campaigns are often targeting minorities, they do. They're trying often to dissuade them from participating in the political process. We looked at the relationships between disinformation and different groups, what they believed, what they tended to believe, and what the implications were. And we found that people of color tended to have lower levels of knowledge. Those are the red bars. They had higher levels of disinformation beliefs, like believing the hairdryers thing. And they had lower levels of voting intent and lower intentions to get the COVID vaccine when it was available. They also were more likely to be willing to sacrifice their health to protest for social justice. There are communities of color that are organizing against the disinformation, and this is something that's really important for people to do. This is an example from last summer when there was a boycott of Goya Foods because the head of Goya Foods had said something that was praising Trump, and a lot of people got upset about it and wanted to have a boycott. And then there were a lot of bots that were manufacturing, amplifying social media that was essentially countering the boycott and anti-boycott. And so this organization started posting messages on Twitter saying, hey, don't believe all these bots. People really do support this boycott. So what do we need to do about this? We need to all get involved. We can crowdsource media literacy. There are a couple of sites I can share with you that can help. It's not a magic formula, but it's something that we all can do. This Take Care Before You Share campaign is something you can check out online. You also can go to tinyeye.com. When you see an image, such as Dr. Aram was sharing with us, visual images, sometimes you can do this reverse image search to see where it really came from. Is it authentic or was it somehow manufactured or doctored? You can also do fact checks. If you go through Google, you can go to their Fact Check Explorer and you can, again, find out where information originated. It's a pretty important thing for us to be doing. So with that, I will wrap it up and send it back to Dr. Bowles.
Thank you so much, Dr. Austin. Well, I tell you, one thing that all of you ought to notice is that a real strength of Murrow College research is that all my faculty colleagues are doing such not only just fascinating, rigorous research, but research that has very clear current day real world implications. Look forward to the conversation at the end of this session with questions and answers. Right now, bear with me while I switch hats for just a minute. I'm going to go into presenter mode here for a minute and do my obligatory share screen. I get the pleasure of sharing some of my own research with you today. I'm hoping that you're seeing this. And actually, I apologize. I'm going to actually stop that for a minute and hope that we can get this going into slideshow mode real quick. I apologize for the delay. All right. Well, I may have to just do it without slideshow mode, and we'll scroll through a couple of slides just here on my screen, if you can bear with me. Apologize for the technical difficulties there. So today I have the pleasure of presenting some of the work that I've been doing recently on looking at the emotions of political polarization. A methodology that I use in my work is a methodology that is known as media psychophysiology. That's a big, geeky academic word that basically says that we can use, as researchers, we can use how the human body and human nervous system physiologically responds to sensory stimuli like media and communication to draw inferences about how individuals are psychologically responding to these experiences in terms of attention, emotion, attitudes, affective states. It's a great paradigm, and I've had the pleasure of being able to do this kind of research since I earned my master's degree right here in the Murrow College of Communication back in the early 90s, around 1995. One of the pioneers that leads in this methodology, Dr. Annie Lang, was here at Murrow, and I had the great privilege of being trained under her. The real strength of this approach is that it's a way of really looking inside and studying the brain on media, so to speak. Really dig in and seeing in real time on a second-by-second basis how individuals are emotionally responding to stimuli, how they're paying attention to things, what they are paying attention to, what they're disengaging from. and really digging in and looking at what I call underlying, less conscious processes that are behind some of the effects that my great colleagues look at here in the Murrow College, like media literacy and conspiratorial thinking, and perhaps empathy evoked by visual portrayals of refugees in crisis, at different kinds of racial issues being presented on social media, and political incivility. I've had the pleasure over the years of applying this research approach across pretty much all things media, from politics to entertainment to news to gaming to looking at different technology platforms. Again, it's a way of really digging in and gaining some real deep insight into how the human brain is responding to media and communication. And of course, one highly relevant, timely context for applying this kind of research is looking at human emotion and political polarization. I'll tell you, the current political environment, as a citizen, I obviously get somewhat discouraged, like probably a lot of people, with the political environment. But I'll tell you, as a social scientist, unfortunately, for better or for worse, it's a great time to be studying human emotion and politics and media and communication, because there is plenty out there to look at. And looking at it from the perspective of a researcher who has a desire to hopefully improve political discourse and make things better in the long run. And that's going to be a challenge, obviously, for research as well as just general humanity. So I want to just kind of take a minute and talk through some recent study that I had the pleasure of being part of with some industry partners, HCD Research, Shamer IVP, and Schlesinger Group. Even in the age of the pandemic, these industry partners were able to gather a small sample of potential voters to come into a commercial market research facility located in Philadelphia to watch live the 2020 presidential debates between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Very interesting phenomenon to look at as a researcher in this area. I was debating over whether I'd show you some video clips of this, but I'd like to leave plenty of time for conversation. And instead, I'm just going to kind of talk you through a little bit of some of the grand takeaways that we gathered from looking at this very small sample single study test on the final 2020 presidential debate. Because I think there's some lessons to be learned out of this data set, and indeed, a lot of other research being done on politics and emotion that really dig into this phenomenon and might eventually shed some light into how we might think through making some things better with our political discourse. One thing that I really get excited about doing this particular kind of research is obviously when you apply media psychophysiology and you're looking at how the human brain actually processes content, it's a real chance to roll up your sleeves and see just how much of an impact the emotional expression and the communication styles of our political leaders have on the public and how we frame and interpret things and might potentially behaviorally respond in terms of our own political discourse. This screen capture happens to be from a very specific moment in that final debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. This is a screen capture from the video clip in that debate, if you remember, when President Trump was presenting the argument that he's the least racist person in the room. Not going to go down that wormhole, but you can see some very different shaped real-time responses in those graphs on the right-hand side of that screen capture that's depicting a specific physiological measure called skin conductance. Skin conductance is a physiological measure that, just put it simply, it's how much your palm sweats, but psychologically, it can tell a researcher like me how intense your emotions are in response to what's going on in your sensory environment. And you see some very interesting differences between Trump supporters, Biden supporters, and undecided voters. In terms of just some general takeaways that might lead to some conversation, that we saw in this data set is one big difference in this final debate compared to some of the earlier debates is we actually saw stronger and more rapidly evolving emotional response among Biden supporters. And that's really different because in the 2016 election, I was involved in some research where we kind of looked at the intensity of emotional responses being evoked by the candidates involved in that race, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And in that race, we discovered what we called the enthusiasm gap, which is that Donald Trump was doing a particularly good job of evoking very fast developing, very strong, intense emotional responses that were positive when he spoke and negative when Hillary Clinton spoke. And you didn't quite see that emotional intensity enthusiasm among Democrats. That flipped in this final 2020 debate, where you saw more intense responses among Biden supporters in this case. And I think that just really from an emotion and politics and media researcher perspective, that really intrigues me because I think that illustrates the critical importance of not just looking at whether emotional responses are positive and negative, but looking at relative strengths and the time course and how fast or slow emotional responses are developing as people engage in different kinds of political communication and messaging and discourse and evaluate different things like whether or not they're going to believe a conspiracy. So I'm going to stop sharing now because I do want to have some time for conversation. And I will say this, just kind of add a plug for Murrow College research. One lab that I'm chomping at the bit to get up and running, as my colleagues know, is our media psychophysiology lab. Of course, COVID shut down all of our in-person research labs, and we're hoping to get those reopened for fall semester. And so I think you're really going to see incredible research coming out of the college in the near-term future. And of course, the media psychophysiology lab, where we're able to do this kind of research, like you saw with presidential debate, is going to be part of that. But that's my talk as a researcher. I'll try and switch back over to host mode here for a minute and go into some questions. We do have a couple of specific questions for folks, and then hopefully we'll rapidly get to some bigger picture questions. I want to ask a question to Dr. Foley. Dr. Foley, you've developed this great expertise in understanding conspiratorial thinking. I'm wondering if you could comment briefly just on what you see as the primary psychological processes that underlie conspiratorial thinking. What's the psychology of that like?
That's such a good question because I think that we have a tendency that when we think about conspiracy theories, there's a lot of images that pop up in our head from pop culture and our sort of general understanding of like what a conspiracy theorist really looks like. And what we really find in the survey research is that conspiratorial beliefs are pretty widespread among the population, as I think Dr. Austin showed pretty well in terms of COVID misinformation. And I think it's tempting to think of these kinds of beliefs as sort of like, some kind of cognitive defect that someone has, right? They're either not smart enough or they're not, they're lacking something in terms of, a psychological ability to process these things. One thing that, we see a lot more, especially when you start getting into conspiracy culture and start getting into the communities that really support and propagate conspiratorial beliefs, the psychological things are really similar to the same way that you and I form communities with everyone else. So everyone's looking for some form of meaning and an explanation for where they are and where they're going. And I think that conspiratorial explanations in the communities that form and support them are in some ways, obviously geared toward, they could use better information, but from a psychological standpoint, people want to be a part of something larger than themselves. And sometimes these communities provide exactly that kind of psychological sort of comfort to people because they provide an explanation. They tell you there's the problem out there and we know who did it and how they did it and all of these answers to these questions that can make your life really difficult to live in uncertain times like this. And so it's not just that there are sort of psychological sort of effects in terms of like people needing closure on issues or having what we might measure as like an authoritarian personality or something like that. But it's also something more fundamentally human, that we're all looking for communities that can give us a sense of belonging and a sense of meaning and can help us make sense of the world. And in a lot of ways, these communities that build up around conspiracy theories are experiencing the same thing that I think most of us experience in the groups that we find here.
Thank you, Dr. Foley. I want to jump now real quickly to Dr. Lee. Obviously, you're doing research in a context that has incredible and horrific real-time consequences in this current environment. How have you seen your own motivation as a researcher investigating this phenomenon of incivility, social media, and that actually unfortunately turning into real world behavioral attacks? How have you seen this increase your motivation to do this kind of research?
So the question was, I think the first question, so I had this research question in mind when it just started. So the question was, what is going on and how we are responding to this the terrible events happening. So I thought also this can give us to have some access to this kind of unusual like a phenomenon, because it became kind of emerged to the surface. So people started to responding to, this racism issue. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Dr. Lee. It's, like I said, horrific situation. I'm grateful for social science researchers like you who are trying to make a contribution to it. I want to jump over to Dr. Aram. VR technology is fascinating. And I think it's particularly fascinating technology to look at in terms of the context of visual portrayals of refugee crises. Where do you see your research agenda going with VR technology?
Well, one of the things that was halted by the COVID-19 pandemic was the effect of VR technology, or the sort of how do you measure empathy, right? So the rhetoric coming out of Silicon Valley and from VR technology exponents is that it is the ultimate empathy machine, right? And while that's a very catchy phrase, how do you measure that? How do you map that? And that overlaps with some of the psychophysiology work that you do. The other way to look at and which we are hoping to take it forward over late summer and hopefully over the fall is to look at VR representations of these refugee crises and compare them to 2D or non-VR representations, and ask the same set of respondents questions about where they measure, what do they think about, right? Where do they place themselves, right? And with regards to this crisis, and how do they feel, right? So that's essentially where the research is going. So how do you measure empathy? How do you measure this big word that's this USP of virtual reality, right? And that cannot really be done, outside of a lab setting. So yes, that's where we are hoping to launch into the next couple of months. Well, quickly, the other thing that's very fascinating and that's just beginning to start with VR technology is the idea of haptic VR. And that requires a lot of investment. So, right, so you wear data gloves and you wear, so you not only do you sort of feel, you physically feel what it feels like to be in a refugee camp, right? So you sort of, feel the sand on your feet, or you feel the wind, or you sort of touch through tactile technology. That's really the cutting edge, and that's being done in the really big, extremely rich schools like Stanford, and it requires a lot of technological investments. But that again is where VR is going, right? Tactile technology. Yeah.
Wow, I cannot wait to see your future work, and of course, selfishly hope I get to collaborate with you some. Finally, I want to get to Dr. Austin as we get ready to wind down the session. Dr. Austin, as a scholar who's become one of the leading experts in media literacy, can you just real quick, from a researcher's perspective, for the audience, describe what you've concluded is the critical importance of media literacy in helping media improve democracy, public health, improve life?
Well, thank you, Dr. Bowles. Ultimately, I think you can sum it up by saying we want, as consumers, to be able to use media instead of having media use us. And so we need to have the skills for doing it. It can be kind of like riding a bicycle. Once you have the basic skills, it's not necessarily so hard. It doesn't take tremendous effort all the time, but there are situations that are going to be more challenging and are going to require a bit more expertise.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. Indeed, thank you to all of my Murrow Mind colleagues in this session. I want to add a pitch. Our college, the Murrow College website, has a special section for Murrow Minds, #MurrowMinds, where you can easily keep up with the work being produced by these brilliant minds and all the other great faculty researchers in the Murrow College of Communication. Thank you so much for attending this session today. We appreciate your attention throughout the Murrow Minds Scholarly and Creative Showcase. Stay tuned for our next teaching session coming up now. Thank you, and go Cougs!
Hi, if you haven't joined us before, welcome to the Murrow Symposium. Today we're going to be talking about great innovations by Murrow faculty during this incredibly trying academic year. I think in these times of trials, there's also an opportunity to innovate. And so we're going to talk about some of the great innovations in teaching that Murrow faculty have provided to ensure that even if we can't be face-to-face, we can still be world-class. And so I'm going to ask each of our faculty members to speak for about 3 to 5 minutes, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time at the end for a little bit more discussion and follow-up. But first, I'd like to introduce Professor Jessica Willoughby, the recipient of a Smith Teaching Grant. We'll talk about efforts to incorporate more research ideas into undergraduate teaching. Jessica?
Thank you so much, Ben. I'm excited to talk to you today about this project. I was a recipient of a Smith Teaching and Learning Grant from WSU this past year, and that grant was written and submitted just prior to the shutdown starting with COVID. So the plan actually did not involve figuring out how to adapt amid COVID, but was really focused on the role of research in teaching and how to teach research-related efforts. We know that research and teaching are both important to the academic enterprise, and as part of WSU's strategic plan, research and getting undergraduates involved in research is also a priority. And I was really interested in how we can take the research that we're doing and also incorporate that into some of our classes, because we know from employer surveys throughout the US that research skills, quantitative skills, and data analysis are really important for employers and what they're looking for in job applicants. This is also particularly true in public relations and strategic communication, one of the areas that I teach in. And so I wanted to see how can we take some of the things that we might be doing in some of these smaller classes that really give students hands-on experience with research methods and adapt them to some of these larger classes we might be having. For example, I teach our Introduction to Public Relations class. It's a larger course with more than 100 students. And that class has a research component because we want them to understand what research is, how it's involved in communication, and what we can do with it moving forward. But it's also somewhat tricky to figure out how do we engage a group that large in a research project or help them really tie in with some of the information that's there. So the grant allowed me to do a survey of faculty members at peer institutions and see how they're incorporating research methods into some of their larger classes. I ran a survey and I was able to see in that sort of how people were incorporating research activities into their classes, how they might have brought some of the research they've done themselves into the classroom, and really what they valued in terms of research. And then I had to adapt somewhat because of COVID. So my plan had been to create a module that we could take into the classroom and we could really use with students to see how they could engage with that research. Unfortunately, the virtual environment made that different and a little bit challenging, but I think that we came up with some solutions. We incorporated a discussion board post that actually made it so that students collected some of their own data. So they would take a strategic communication message that they were interested in, and then they would conduct their own interviews. I had them interview 2 people and then report on what they found through that process. So with this message, what would I change? How could I use the information that I've gathered to make a difference here? And then that information we reflected on. So knowing what we now know about that process, how can we do our interviews differently? How can that work inform the things that we're doing? And really try to incorporate some of that there. The hope is to really give students some hands-on experience with research, seeing a little bit of what it looks like from that back end while you're actually collecting data and figuring out how to interpret that data and put it into practice. So that's a little bit about that project and what we found. From here on out, I hope to figure out how to translate that digitally, because our PR class is one that's offered on all of our campuses, and then also look at it as an option for in-person classes when we have it in the future, because I think there's a real opportunity here to make something that's a helpful way for us to look at research and move practice forward.
That's great, Jessica. Obviously, one of the things we really value here is a sound theoretical foundation to our students' education, and we like to balance that, of course, with experiential and applied learning and hands-on learning. That's been a challenge, obviously, during this pandemic. So I'm going to ask Professor Ben Pingle to talk about how do we build lab spaces that work in a virtual world for our students. Ben?
Thanks, Ben. It's interesting as I've reflected over the last year and a half and the process that we have gone through to get where we are today. You know, a year and a half ago, I was redesigning our Comms 210 multimedia content creation course. You know, nearly 500 students every semester, all new to Adobe, and you can just imagine the level of chaos that can come as students are trying to learn the Adobe programs all at once. And so we identified some problems, some gaps in our labs that we had at the time where students did not necessarily have lab assistants who were trained with Adobe. So we made some important changes where students had Adobe lab monitors, which was really important change. And then within, we were halfway through the semester and everything shut down, and our new system that was so beautiful and working so amazing stopped. And I remember just sitting there thinking, oh my word, what am I going to do? Next week, students are going to come back to Adobe, and I don't know if they have Adobe at home because they were using the lab, and how are we going to do this? Thankfully, Adobe came out and said, you can use it for free for the rest of the semester. We worked through other issues. But what we ended up doing was we started, and it was kind of a step-by-step process. We started by just putting our lab on Zoom. So we created a web page on the Murrow website that students could go to where they could click on the link and just go to a Zoom meeting where a lab assistant is simply waiting to help them with Adobe experience. And looking back, just that simple step, I'm so grateful that we had made that change, that we had Adobe folks sitting on hand so that we could do that. So that was really crucial and remains one of the most important things that we've done. We've refined how that looks. We've trained our lab assistants so that they're able to handle it when our students come in for help. So that was our first starting point. From there, we went and expanded and added in peer mentoring, which is a one-on-one appointment that students can set up with a lab monitor and say, hey, I really need help with this specific aspect of Adobe, or I need a critique on my work, and we started with a paid platform. Over time, WSU expanded their Microsoft offerings. And so we were able to utilize Microsoft Bookings, which has been absolutely phenomenal. It's a very easy site for our students to use. They go in and they set up an appointment to meet with our peer mentors. It sends everybody their links automatically. I don't have to send a Zoom link to anybody. And it's just absolutely fantastic. It sends reminders. It's really been helpful for me. I even use that now for my office hours so students can schedule those appointments seamlessly and easily. And it has just been absolutely incredible. It's scalable. There's no cost to the college because it's university supported. And if students need help, the university helps them through it. And so that has been absolutely incredible. And then from there, we said the next step is to make sure that students use the resources we're providing. And so what we've done is I spent my Christmas break going into every single assignment in Com 210 and the other courses I teach. And I integrated specific help sections for every single assignment. Here's the lab link. Here's the peer mentoring link. And that has made a world of difference for our students. And so today we're at a point where every single peer mentoring appointment that we open up has booked. Within the first 8 weeks of this semester, we had 150 peer mentoring appointments, which is absolutely phenomenal. And not all of those were Com 210. That did expand to other Murrow courses as well. A busy lab day during fall 2020 had about 8 students. A busy lab day now has 20 students. And we are really starting to be able to reach students with these. We've had to expand our lab hours, and we're excited that we're helping our students. And one thing that I'm really, really excited about is the equity of what we're doing now. Previously, our online students did not have the same resources because there was not a physical lab right there that they could go to. Now with this new platform, whether they're in Vancouver, whether they're in Alaska, it doesn't matter. They can get help as soon as they need it. They just set up the appointment quickly or just drop into the virtual lab. And that's something that I'm really excited about, that equity now of services, to the point where we're actually thinking about possibly not going back as heavily to a physical lab space. We're examining different options for how we can make this work and make sure that that virtual component remains because of how easily it's able to help our students.
That's fantastic, Ben. Thank you for that. Faculty need help too. And I think one of the challenges throughout this period is very quickly moving all these courses online and trying to do it effectively. Professor Rebecca Cooney has been instrumental in helping us go virtual. And Rebecca, can you talk a little bit about those efforts?
I surely can. I'm going to share my screen. Is that okay? let's do it. Let's see what we got here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the journey for hashtag Murrow Goes Virtual from the educator perspective. There's a couple of different ways I could have gone about this, but I started in a little bit more of an academic approach, and then I started to have a little bit more fun. So I went with the fun. I just a little bit of an Adobe Spark presentation here for you on the story of how 60 Murrow College faculty and graduate students rose up during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this all started for us on March 11th, 2020, when President Schultz announced that system-wide, all in-person classes are moved online to asynchronous delivery or virtual synchronous delivery. That impacted 60 faculty and graduate students teaching classes, more than 700 students, and more than 80 classes. Pretty incredible. Here's that's what our room looked like. That was our kitchen converted, or our dining room converted to an office space that my husband and I shared. So it was a crazy time. We had this reality that not only would we have to shelter in place for like this unknown period of time, but all of our in-person classes had to be moved to virtual delivery. So there was a lot of selfies and a lot of phone images that were taken over the last year. And I got some permission from our fellow faculty friends to show you a little bit of what that looked like. So we had a really quick time to just, we're shuttered and we gotta get packed up and we got to get home. So we adjusted really quickly. We all had our offices at home. And so this is Connolly, and there's me at my dining room table. And there's Matt Lovelace, great energy. Maybe he can tell us a little bit more about his borrowed backdrop. We also collaborated. There's Jessica and me. We met early on. I helped with some coaching and mentoring, as well as another group of folks, Ben Pingle and several others were on that team to help us transition from our in-person to the online delivery. We had faculty meetings went online, and my little plug for that, and I kind of hope that's one of the other things that doesn't change after COVID, because it really gave us an opportunity for everybody to be on an equal playing field. And we got a chance to see people from Everett and Vancouver in real time, in addition to all of our faculty and that are scattered around Pullman. And it really gave us a place to chat, to share. The Zoomies were born. It was a lot of things happened there. Once we launched, we had 1 week to launch, and we had a lot going on. We had a toolkit out of AOI, and we also had to get everything transitioned, recorded lectures, Zoom, and we all band together, and we all tried to just figure out and share information so that we could do the best job possible for our students. There is Kara Hawkins multitasking, and there's been having trouble with some video capture, but talking about it in a positive way. There's Matt meeting with his students. Over time, we learned and we adjusted, and throughout spring, we ran all of our lectures. We met with students, we collaborated with each other. We did everything we could to create that positive experience for students. In time, we figured out how to be consistent, try to have a balance with our course prep, a little bit of life balance in there. It was tough, but we worked through. The virtual office hours became a thing, which I really enjoy and keep doing. There's sweet Erin. Then we also have faculty continued to work with their graduate students, and people still had to defend their dissertations. Here's Paul Bowles being interviewed by KXLY. We had a few of us get interviewed in this time. Here I am running a live session, all my makeshift stuff. There's Chelsea with the Bateman team. There's Connolly running commencement, and there's Bruce. Go Bruce! And he is running that virtual commencement. Everybody just made it happen and kept going. Summer was a great time for us to recharge. Kept learning, working, growing, collaborating, getting out, being healthy, trying to recharge. And then we regrouped in the new academic year. We got, here's our Flat Murrow joining us. There's Matt, with his workspace. And oh, I elevated. We have a studio upstairs now that's elevated. And there's Connolly working with his students in sports. We celebrated holidays. I don't want to make you seasick. The Zoomies again. And a lot of pets, all those photobombing pets, and trying to stay positive and sharing our stories in social media and in web, and really just working together to try to make this a good time and a good experience. We don't know what comes next. We're going to just keep working and growing and learning, and we'll share this spark with you. Thanks so much.
We also learned how to unmute ourselves. So thank you, Rebecca. That was fantastic. Not all students had the same experience, though, and we want to recognize that that even though we provided the best education we could, that there were barriers for some students. And Robert Richardson has done a lot of work with first generation students. Robert, and he's actually working on a book on this right now. Robert, I wonder if you might speak to that experience a bit.
Sure, thanks, Ben. As Ben mentioned, I am currently working on a book. I'm working on the book with Carol Siegel, who is a longtime tenured member of the Department of English on the WSU Vancouver campus. We're both former first-gen students who ended up as faculty, and we're currently working together on a book that explores the experiences in academe of former first-gen members of the academy and issues of pedagogy in working with first-gen students. The area that I've been focusing on most recently for the book has to do with the use of the Socratic method in classes that have a large first-gen and non-traditional student makeup to them. And I've written up a little bit of background information on the work that I'm doing currently. With the cost of higher education becoming increasingly out of reach for many students, community colleges have become critical access points to four-year research institutions. In fact, a little digging into the historical data gathered by the US Bureau of Labor Statistics on the price of college tuition over the past 30 years reveals that the cost of higher education has surged more than 538% since 1985. In comparison, medical costs have jumped more than 286%, while the consumer price index has jumped 121%, meaning higher education is almost 4.5 times as expensive as it was 30 years ago. At Washington State University, Everett, a full 42% of the student body now identifies as first gen. In the Murrow College at WSU Everett, 95% of our students are transfers from local community colleges. While there exists no absolute correlation between differences in styles of pedagogy at community colleges and four-year research institutions, it has been my experience that a significant number of first-gen students entering our WSU Murrow program have little formal understanding of or experience with the Socratic method. This lack of understanding has, at times, presented a significant initial barrier for some of my first-gen students to achieving the aims of the method. Whether in remote or in-person learning classes, the resistance that I have sometimes encountered in using the method has been greatly reduced by a more formal introduction to my students of the method as a teaching tool. On the surface, this more formal introduction seems a simple solution, but the hegemonic classism and systems of social inequality that the problem signifies, which often mask and or erase our students' lived experiences, are not. As one tenured colleague of mine with more than 25 years of teaching experience at research institutions recently said to me, while academics often talk about the triumvirate of gender, race, and class, the effects of the last of these on their students seems to me rarely discussed. It is my hope that a discussion of the Socratic method, its challenges and uses in pedagogy with first-gen student populations may serve as a catalyst to open up a timely conversation about the intersections of class and pedagogy. And that's what we're currently working on.
Great, thank you, Robert. One of our most rigorous courses and perhaps most infamous courses is our Comp 300 media writing course. And this is a course that has been taught for decades at the Murrow College. And this was one that we had to very quickly move online in the spring. And then we also regrouped over the summer and really looked at how we examine and prepare our students across our One Murrow system. So I'm going to ask Professor Wendy Rainey to speak to those efforts.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, it was kind of a dual challenge to look at how we are instructing that class across the campuses when we have students in different situations, in different populations, in different demographics taking the course. And so we really wanted to look at how all of the instructors could individualize their approach to this standardized curriculum, you know, and really take advantage of each instructor's expertise and experience, but still maintain that standardized, rigorous curriculum. But also the other challenge was, while not lessening the demands or the rigor of the course, figuring out how we can bring more people along, more students along through it. And so it was a big committee. Bill Loftus, Mike McLaughlin from our global campus, Tracy Simmons, Liz Candela, who's here. Jump in, Liz, if you want to. And Lucretia Coyne-Paxson met numerous times over the summer. And a couple of the things that we decided to do were to, first of all, increase the number of revise and resubmit assignments that we offer and give them more feedback early on in the semester on some of those major issues that we see them struggling with. And in 2 semesters, I can already say I think that's been a really valuable change to have made. They went from having really 1 required to 3, and I think that's been really helpful. We talked about creating a weekly announcement. What's ahead, why we're doing it, you know, what our goals and objectives are for this week, you know, really what to expect, reminders about what to study, what to read, what to look at, kind of spoon feeding every week. And I think they've appreciated that. I think that it's helped, especially in this environment where they have synchronous courses and they have asynchronous courses, and they're trying to manage their time in ways they never have before. And they're still struggling to figure out what is due when. And I think the more clearly we can define what is expected of them each week, the better off we are in this class in particular. I have also, let's see, we talked about encouraging students to take more control of their own learning. And some of that is peer mentors. And I love what you talked about, Ben Pingle, with your peer mentor hours and just linking it all the time. I mean, I do mention it in assignments with individuals, but also just reminding them weekly. Here's when the hours are, here's the link, here's how to do it. Because when I do talk to a student and say, have you visited the peer mentors? A lot of times I get, well, I was meaning to, I don't know where the link is. I feel like that will take away some of that. But we are encouraging them. We actually did, I don't know if all instructors are doing it, Liz, I'm not sure about you, but I have set up some guidelines where if you have a C- at this point in the semester, you have to visit the peer mentors at least once. And as it goes along, some of that changes a little bit, but I don't have any muscle to put behind that. I can't do anything if they don't, but usually students in Com 300, they want to follow what the instructor says because they want to get out of there. So I have started making that requirement. If you are at a C- at different points in the semester, you have to go. And I think that's helped. Last semester we had, last semester fall, I've lost track of time. We had very little. I think we had 8 students visit the peer mentors, was all that we had in the whole semester. And I don't have numbers this time, but I know that we were already double that in the first 2 weeks. So there's definitely some improvement that we're seeing there. Probably one of the biggest changes and the ones that people would recognize the most are we did not take away the infamous F grade. We still have that, but we have introduced some compassion in that compartment, in that if you spell Candelo correctly 4 times in the article and then you leave one of the L's off the 5th time, it's not a major factual error that involves an F. And I think some of that is to move students who are capable of passing along a little more, so that we have some students who are capable of earning A's and B's, maybe reaching that level in that course, because as it stood before, rarely did a student get outside the C category. So that was really our goal there. So really we kind of set the line at, if it would require a publication to run a correction, it's a major factual error. If they don't have to run a correction for it, it might be a factual error that drops the grade a letter grade. And I think that we've seen a significant impact in that regard in changing that rule. The other thing we did regarding grading is we weighted the profile a little heavier. In the past, the profile, which is an assignment they do outside of class, it's their first opportunity to gather information and conduct interviews on their own. And so we're weighting that story more heavily now. It's worth 10% of their grade rather than being the equivalent of any other assignment. I think the last thing that has really helped, especially in this online format, is individual meetings. I saw Tracy post about it on Twitter. I'm in my 3rd individual meeting with every single Com 300 student at this point in the semester. And it is exhausting. It's exhausting, but it's important and it's valuable. I can find out where they are. I will tell you, Com 300 students are not turning on their camera. So I don't know who they are, where they are, how they're reacting to the information. I can't tell, but when I meet them one-on-one, almost all of them turn on the camera and I can get a better sense of what's going on, what they're struggling with. And I just find us having really frank conversations about what you need to do to get through this, and if you even can at this point. And those are hard conversations to have, but having met with them one-on-one 3 times, now it's a little bit easier. So as exhausting as it is, and I can't imagine for someone like Bill who's teaching at least 4 sections, I don't know if he's probably not gotten to 3, but anyway, those are some of the things that we're trying to do. I think a more personalized experience in Com 300 is what's happened, both on the part of what instructors are bringing to the table and how they interact with students would be a good way to sort of define what we've done. I don't know, Liz, if you have anything else to add there.
Yeah, Wendy, thank you. I think you illustrated the challenges really well about standardizing our course across the 4 co-located campuses. I would just add that our endeavor was really twofold. The first was to bring together these 6 faculty members to talk about these challenges across all campuses. And then the second was to recognize that, hey, maybe other universities nationally are dealing with the same challenges. So what we did was we put together really a case study, a practical case to illustrate the redesign of our writing course. And we developed a question guide for faculty and other higher institutions to redesign their curricula, considering the changing environment and the student body that can be so diverse with different life phases. And really, what it came down to is that we encourage all higher education institutions to consider the learning needs of each student population, of course, is first and foremost, but then the current climate as just weighted just as heavily. So not just for a pandemic, but if there's a natural disaster or something else happening in their region, how can they best support their student body with those changes? And so I felt that our collaboration really produced not only a change in COM 300 to better suit our student body, but also provide guidance for other higher ed institutions.
Yeah, I think that everyone on here has, and everyone within the college that I'm aware of, has just made those extra efforts to check in with students throughout this this really difficult year and trying to help students along. And that takes a lot of effort, whether you're like Wendy and Elizabeth and you're holding 250 meetings over the course of the semester with students to say, hey, are we making progress? That is above and beyond, and truly fantastic work by everybody on that 300 committee. Liz, can you talk a little bit more about your CompStrat 45 course, the campaigns course?
Oh, certainly. Okay, thanks, Ben. I'll make this quick. This is kind of consistent with Robert's work as well, but each semester in our campaigns course, we work with marginalized and disenfranchised populations in our community to really affect change using communication. The philosophy is this, that we follow the small ball analogy, that for those of us who are baseball, softball players or golfers know that when we practice with a smaller baseball, softball, golf ball, then by game time, it'll be easier with a regulation size ball. So for students, bringing that analogy into the classroom to work on consequential issues with emotional and real world implications now, the philosophy is that it'll make it easier when the students enter the field and industry to brand for products or services that just aren't as consequential, right? Our shoes, clothing. And so since 2016, we've worked on building communication campaigns for specific consequential issues such as domestic violence, child exploitation, the foster care system. This semester, we're working with the criminal justice system, working to destigmatize the perception of justice impacted individuals re-entering our society. And it's been a really rewarding experience to work with these communities. We're thankful for the opportunity. And I think particularly during a pandemic, these communities are really in need. So I'm happy that the Murrow College provides that opportunity for students to work with these communities.
That is great. I love the small ball analogy. Just to boost my confidence, I usually practice with a beach ball.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Probably why I'm a terrible golfer. Let's talk with Professor Matt Lovelace, who taught one of our few in-person classes over the course of this year, which presented its own challenges, obviously. So, Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Let's real briefly take it back to a year ago. We, like many, had that how do we do this moment right before the 2020 spring break. So just so people know, we do live newscasts in our studio. It takes about 15 students between my class, Marvin and Marcelo's, needing to work together to put together a news show. So how do we do this if we have to be remote? And the ending of it, if I could just fast forward past all of it, is we didn't skip a beat. We still have not missed a scheduled newscast at any point during this pandemic, and I'm very proud of that. Now, as Ben mentioned, we're one of the few classes on campus to have that in-person opportunity, something that took a summer's worth of appeals to the university. So I'm in a classroom with students for about 20 hours a week. President Schultz, check my daily attestation. I've checked in every single day, and I know that's not been everybody's experience so far this semester. And I'd like to think our coursework is generally innovative. So I come from the professional world of TV news in newsrooms since about 2005. I was hired here off of a morning show anchor desk at an NBC affiliate in Central Illinois. And in my estimation, to help prepare students for things like the morning anchor desk in Central Illinois. So as such, I treat my coursework very much as career prep, as training in local newsrooms and broadcast journalism, always changing, the adaptations in the past year, learning what's valuable that wasn't a year ago, learning what's necessary that wasn't a year ago. If you're graduating in 6 weeks in my classes and you're worried about your grade, you're worried about the wrong thing. We need to be worried about being career ready. And so we're focused on that. So my classes try to mirror largely what's happening in local TV all over the country over the last year. I don't even call it a classroom. I call our workspace the newsroom, because there's really no way around it. That's what we're doing. Our class assignments are news stories. They're broadcast to the public, which is why I've been so proud of our coronavirus coverage in particular. Right from the very first case we had here in the US, we reported on it on air. And just like any news person would, I put together a little bit of a coverage promo of that.
Several other places around the world are reporting their first case of coronavirus. A coronavirus is an umbrella term. 20 people have died in King County. The government already told the public to not go to public place. Stay home if you are sick.
The elderly are one of the most vulnerable groups to this disease.
The coronavirus death toll has risen to 9 today, with all deaths being in Washington State. Students abroad in Italy currently are being asked to return home. Classes will move online after spring break.
This map you see is from the Chase Lab at Washington State.
We decided to withdraw from the course for some reason. We've extended that deadline to May 1st. Governor Jay Inslee extended Washington's stay-at-home order through May 4th.
The medical clinic is still available and open for in-person consultation.
I didn't, pay tuition to go online classes. A lot of this year has kind of stripped away from me within the last couple of weeks and days. Now all of that's kind of turned upside down.
So some specific things following up from that video, it's really been our ability to deliver these fully online newscasts daily. Not only that, we did live shows at the beginning of the pandemic, anchored by students here, Moscow, Everett, Great Falls, Montana. We had them in Southern California live at the same time delivering these shows. We could have done it from anywhere in the world that had internet connections. We did live shots in Seattle. Our Monday weather report, this one you see, is from Western Washington. Also, the big thing is storytelling to professional standards, shot from our phones. And that's a big one, because now we're competing with the average Joe who's got a cell phone. But what the average Joe does not have is the education and the training and the journalistic standards of storytelling, even technical stuff, video and audio. We absolutely do. And maybe my favorite innovation of all is just the connection with the professional world. I think that was a lot more difficult, or at least a lot less at hand a year ago than it is now. But we've had great storytellers pop into class at the last minute. We've had area newsroom leaders who've honestly plucked some of our best and brightest right out of my class. Weeks later, they're working in their newsrooms. And of course, we get great Coug alums like CNN's Ana Cabrera. She was in our class on Monday, 2 days ago. And so our Coug network is so awesome. Our access to people has been so great. Our to sources for stories right at our fingertips. And of course, that's all been really exciting. Things that have changed forever. I think my students know how to tell a story, a technically sound, well-organized piece. And now they can do it with whatever's in their pockets or whatever's in their handbags. Daily, they communicate and prepare real, live, local newscasts utilizing technologies and software that many of us didn't know existed a year ago. Workflow has never been better. Access has never been easier. I really honestly believe no generation of journalists is entering the workforce as technologically savvy as the one we have now. And the best part, my favorite part, is we're still able to go to the newsroom every day. We're following safety protocols, the COVID protocols, delivering quality content from our studio. In the last couple of months, our newscasts
of not only that classroom pivot, but also that the pivot to being able to interact with the real world as students trying to develop a campaign or a news story or whatever it may be, while still having to sit behind a computer, right? And so how do we do that, and how do we maintain regulations and be successful ultimately? And the course that I teach is known as the Bateman Competition, a little bit more formally or candidly. It spans over 2 semesters. And for those who aren't really familiar, what we do is we select a group of students, usually 2 teams, 4 to 8, a little wiggle room, maybe to 10. And our goal is to help the students prepare through the work with a client that is designated by the Public Relations Society of America. And they themselves are in the Public Relations Student Society of America. And then their job is to figure out how to work with this client to understand their problems and do some research on what those issues are and develop a campaign, implement that campaign, right? And then eventually evaluate it. And they're actually competing with colleges all over the nation. And so just to take ourselves back in time for a quick second, back to March of 2020, right? Where we're all very aware of just the dynamic changes that occurred during that time. I was working with one team, one Bateman team at the time, and they were actually about to launch an event. And it was an in-person event. And we said, well, this isn't going to work, right? So how are we going to do this? And so we're not only shifting the classroom and our meeting times and how we coordinate and how we work together, but they had to figure out how to make an online event and a successful one at that, right? And so they were able to, through a lot of conversation and strategy, they were able to shift from doing this in-person on-campus event to an online Zoom event that we're all really familiar with now, but we're maybe not so familiar with a year ago, right? And so, or maybe comfortable, at least at that. And so they shifted and they started promoting differently, and they actually ended up having the highest level of attendance of any event at that online event. So it went really well, and I was quite impressed. They ended up going through the research and implementation and eventually the evaluation, planning as well right before that. But they went through that whole process in public relations and strategic planning, ended up submitting their proposal, and their proposal ended up getting an honorable mention nationally for how well they did through that process. So I was incredibly proud of them. They were incredibly excited, and then we just hopefully, right, and I think we are doing it even better now, right? We're learning, we're growing, and we have 2 teams, and they're working virtually, completely virtually. They did a complete virtual campaign, right? And it probably has to be noted that through the strategic process, right, there's research, right? So how do you conduct focus groups and interviews and surveys in an online capacity and do that well? And get good data, right, that then can be analyzed and then turned into a campaign. And they've done that, right? And if you don't mind, I'm just going to share my screen for a second. I want to show you some of the work that they did. And actually, I'm going to show you first here. Hopefully you can see that. This was last year's team that got the honorable mention, and they actually worked on the census, right, the 2020 census, and you may have seen some of their work. And you can see here in the table of contents, you can see just the process that they work through, right? And it started with research, right? So we have primary and secondary research. What is currently out there about the census, and how do we need to approach students or community members, or whoever our target audience is, in order to be successful in the resonance of whatever the campaign message is. So they conducted the research, developed the key messaging, right? They developed all the the strategies, tactics, goals, objectives, right? Eventually went through the evaluation process, had a budget, right? Real life budget. They're working with real life clients through this process. And I'm just going to scroll through really quickly so you can see. So here's the students, right? They did get to be in person before all this happened. So here's a few friendly shots before they had to go completely virtual. And they put together an incredible piece of work. So I was really proud of them, and they did a great job, and the pivot was amazing. And then I'll also show you really quickly here. This is one of this year's teams, and you may have seen some of their work as well. Washington for Civility was their name, and they did everything online, right? So we started online. We started meeting in September of this past year, and we worked all the way through until Monday at about 4 a.m. when they submitted their proposals. And so all of it was online, beginning to end. It was an incredible process, and ultimately, I think that I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. Ultimately, I think that they learned a lot of really valuable lessons, both about technology and tools and ways to connect. But on an even broader level, I think as Murrow, we agreed that Bateman is not just something that has to be siloed within campuses, and maybe has the opportunity to grow beyond that, right? So we're looking a little bit more globally as a university and saying, well, we know we can do this and we can do it well, so let's just keep doing it better. So it's been really fantastic.
Thank you, Chelsea. I'd also like to introduce Professor Kara Hawkins-Jedlicka to talk a little bit about CompStrat 310.
So looks like I'm the last speaker. So I want to echo a ton of what basically everyone else on this call has said about the pivot. It was a really hard pivot. And when we were looking back at it in March, Professor Cooney and Professor Newman and I all teach CompStrat 310. And it is a class that is team-based. It is a digital campaigns class. We have our students run 2 digital campaigns off of, at the time, a pretend company or a fake company. And they run Google Ads. They have social media. And we use class time kind of for that team building and that community feel. And so when we pivoted, people kind of went everywhere. Time to work together was harder. Making sure schedules were right. And quite frankly, some of the companies just did not make sense anymore once we went to COVID. Half of them were like fake music fest. So what are you telling these students? We pivoted. We had the students pivot pretty well. We made it out at the end of the semester. But looking at this summer, we really came together. It's what I love about this model, and really kind of tried to think, along with Professor Atwood, how to kind of structure this class so we can kind of keep that team feeling, make it activity-based, and make sure that the students are grasping what they're needing to do. Google Ads is kind of confusing. At least it was for me when I started out as a PR professional. Here's $2,000. Please get us some, clicks. And so this environment really helps. So one of the things that we kind of decided first was no more fake companies. They're actually building real initiatives. They're writing real content. And we've seen a wide variety of different types of companies. We really have made class about teams, right? So we do, and each of us individualize a little bit. I, for example, have done a completely flipped classroom and let my students watch video on their own. And then I have teams, they get one day to meet with me, and the other day they meet on their own as a team. So there is a set time where they should have time to schedule with each other to meet. So if you have me Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you might only see me Wednesday. And then you have Friday to meet and to do this work. I will actually say, I think digital campaigns has been working really well in the digital space. I can jump right into their computers and see how they have things set up. We do breakout rooms. Chelsea, Rebecca, and I all come up with different kind of value-based social belonging activities that really help students kind of build that sense of community, starting off with a rubric team contract at the start of the semester and letting them know that they're going to have to, grade each other at the end of the semester based off this rubric they agreed on at the start of the semester. And, making sure we're also checking in. Something we implemented was surveys. I do a weekly survey. Sometimes we do lesson by lesson surveys. Just asking students, what are your priorities this week? What are your barriers? Do you have any questions? And it's helped a lot. I can definitely change quickly and kind of navigate how that goes. And I'll echo too what Wendy said, the announcements weekly has really helped. Students know what they're doing and where they're going. And I really think it's done really well. This class, and Rebecca or Chelsea, you can always chime into any of this. This class has been taught for 10 years and it keeps evolving. I'll say one more thing that we did that I really liked was we did move away from a textbook this semester, this last semester, and have done a lot more open resource. So, trying to think too about different situations students might be in and what they can afford. And so really looking at resources that are free and online and up to date and having students read those instead. And that's kind of what we've been doing in 310.
Great. Thank you all. I was hoping we'd have a little bit more time to chat, but I just want to mention a couple things here, and we'll let us go for today. These experiential learning opportunities that people have carried on as part of the Murrow legacy or innovated with over this year. Just really appreciative of that. We had several faculty members and staff members at Northwest Public Broadcasting who helped us launch a Murrow Innovation Challenge, where we had communication students from all campuses across the system innovating around media ideas, including one group that was a national finalist for their tech spot that conveyed public radio and public television information to college students, and just a really innovative program. And what we heard time and time again from Murrow faculty was not, hey, this is too much work, which it often was, but how can I step up to help our students? And I'm just very proud. And if you haven't heard this message, I think you have over the course of this year. Our faculty have just gone above and beyond, not just the folks on this panel, but throughout our college, and truly appreciative of that. I think we've discovered powerful tools at our disposal over the past year that may forever change how we think about education at the Murrow College and beyond. And so I'm excited to see how we implement those as we move back to the new normal within the Murrow College and Washington State University. But on behalf of the Murrow College, I want to say thank you to all the faculty members for their work on this, as well as our staff. And thank you for joining the panel today. Thanks, everyone.